We'll call this meeting to order. We'll begin with the Pledge of Allegiance. Commissioner Corona, would you please lead us?
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Roll call.
Chair Henderson,
Present.
Commissioner Corona,
Present.
Vice Chair Belong,
Present.
Commissioner Lenore,
Present.
and welcome Christina Ross.
Thank you. Present.
Welcome.
Welcome.
Thanks.
I guess you can introduce yourself during the Planning Commissioner reports. So we'll start with the verification of agenda posting.
I'm going to defer to Eva for the time.
Nope, sorry. We missed writing it down for you. The agenda for the September 10th Planning Commission study session was posted to the bulletin board on Friday, August 4th, 2023 at 4:21 p.m.
Thank you. So we have no minutes to approve, so we'll move on to public input. This is the time for anyone in the audience to speak on any item not on the agenda and within the subject matter jurisdiction of the Planning Commission. Speaker cards are available in the lobby and are to be completed and given to the secretary before speaking. When the secretary calls your name, please come to the podium, state your name and city for the record, and speak to the City Planning Commission. If you are joining us by Zoom, please click on the bottom of your screen to raise your hand. If you are joining us by Zoom using a cell phone, please press *9. Each speaker will be limited to 3 minutes with a maximum of 30 minutes per subject. Please note that state law prohibits the Planning Commission from discussing or taking action on any item not on the agenda. Do we have any speakers?
I do, Commissioner Chair, David Huboy. Mr. Huboy, go ahead and unmute yourself, and you have 3 minutes.
I hope everybody can hear me.
We can, go ahead.
I just wanted to say is that, and I hope this is the appropriate time to do this, is that little did I realize that June 22nd was my last Planning Commission meeting. And in July, I wanted to say goodbye to the Planning Commission, but there was no Planning Commission meetings in July. So presently I'm in Lafayette, Oregon. And primarily the reason that I moved here is to be closer to my kids. I have a daughter in Bend, Oregon, a daughter in Portland, and 3 grandkids. And it was not only that I really wanted to be in person, to say goodbye in person, not just to say goodbye, but to say thanks. Thanks to you all for all the consideration over the years. And I'll have fond memories of my experience on the City of Hollister Planning Commission. And I sincerely believe that we have a bright future. And it has been my sincere pleasure to have worked with each of you involved in the planning process. And as for the commission, your efforts contribute to an overall plan important to the well-being and success of the community. And I, for one, am very grateful to have been part of it. Thanks and best of luck.
Can I say something?
It's okay.
No.
Yes, go ahead.
David, it's me, Carol. So we went back a long ways with those kids at the swimming pool at the high school and doing lessons. And then you were a guiding force for me on the Planning Commission when we spent the first 6 years. And then I came back and, I've always valued you, David. You're beautiful to work with. I love your sense of humor. You're just a great all-around guy, but the special thing you had was building quality projects for the city, and not just building them, but planning quality projects. And no doubt we wouldn't have done as good a job without you on there. 19 years? Did you make it to 20?
I didn't quite make it to 19. It was, I think it's 18 years and maybe 7 months or so to figure out, do the math.
Well, you were here a long time and you did my hometown justice. So I'll always forever, be appreciative and in debt to you. So maybe I'll see you in Oregon. And if you come to town, let me know. We'll go to lunch.
You know, Carol, you've been just a guiding light for me and a dear friend of mine, and have made my experience in Hollister all that more enjoyable. The first time I made up to the old Hill Street where you worked in the planning office, just to introduce myself as an architect coming into town, and I'll just always appreciate all the work that you've done for the city, and your hard work and your dedication, Carol, has just been sterling. And I'll always appreciate your relationship, believe me. And I also wanted to welcome the new commissioner, Christina, I believe your name is, to step up to the plate for the community. And I unfortunately, I wish I could be there tonight in person again, but my heart thanks to you and to everyone again for what a great experience it's been for almost going on 19 years on the commission, and being a local architect in the community that from the days of George Lewis and Bill Rivera and Clint Quilter and all the wonderful people from the agency that I've worked with and had the opportunity to meet and to grow and prosper as architectural business, and to do work on the various projects and being engaged in the community and civic service and civic duty is always going to be a part of who I am, and will always be a fond memory in the future for me.
Well, Lafayette, Oregon just benefited because I know you're going to do stuff.
Well, the mayor of Lafayette sent me an email just yesterday and wants to meet with me about the planning commission.
Of course. Let me know if you need that letter of recommendation, eh?
Okay, Carol, you'd be the first person I asked. So, yeah, I guess I think I've gone over my time limit, and I do plan to come back to visit from time to time, and hopefully our paths will cross sometime in the near future. We'll see.
Okay.
So
Thank you,
I'm
David.
going to say adieu, and again, best of luck and thanks. Thank you. Thanks to all of you.
Thank you, David.
Thank you, Mr.
You're very welcome. Take care.
Oh,
So if we could just, I think this would be a good segue. If we can just pause the public comment for 1 minute, I think it'd be a good segue to allow our new planning commissioner to introduce yourself.
Thank you. I'm Christina Ross. I was on the Arts and Culture Commission, and I'm really excited to be here. So I teach art at the high school, and so living and working here, I see the impact of everything that's going on, and so I'm excited about this. So thank you all.
Thank you. Welcome. Okay, do we have another speaker?
I have no more speakers for the general public input, Commissioner.
Thank you. We will close the public input at 6:10. We will move on to public hearings. Item number 1, City of Hollister Draft 2040 General Plan Update, Draft Climate Action Plan, Draft Agricultural Preservation Program, and Draft Environmental Impact Report. Right, so I'll let the staff take over at this point.
Thank you so much, Chairperson Henderson. I'd like to introduce David Early from PlaceWorks, who is our lead consultant on the general plan update, climate action plan, agricultural preservation plan, and the environmental impact report for the project. And I'll go ahead and turn it over to you, David. And I think we might have you moving over to the podium, and I'll get the presentation set up.
Thank you very much, Eva. It's a pleasure to be here this evening. I'm David Early, and I'm a principal at PlaceWorks, one of the founders of the company. And we, for the last 3.5 years or so, have been your consultants on the preparation of the general plan. We have before you tonight a draft, which is both a draft EIR and a draft general plan. The general plan and the agricultural preservation program and the climate action plan are all reflective of direction that came to us through your General Plan Advisory Committee, which moved on to your Planning Commission, which moved on to the City Council. I know that many of you were not planning commissioners at the time that the Planning Commission heard this. I know we also have new City Council members. But despite that, I think it's very important to note that the general plan that is before you this evening is the result of many years of public input and public involvement, and ultimately the guidance from the GPAC, the Planning Commission, and the City Council. And as far as I know, is completely consistent with the items that that those folks at the time asked us to create for you. Your role tonight is to review that document and let us know if you believe it's ready to move into the final adoption process. If you think it is, you'll move that recommendation onto the City Council. If you think it needs additional work or some significant changes, you'll move that information to the City Council. The City Council has a meeting scheduled for September 11th, where I will make essentially the same presentation again. There will be an additional opportunity for public comment, and then ultimately the council will direct either that we move into preparation of the final documents, which includes the final EIR and any final changes to the general plan, or if they choose, they would make other recommendations as well or instead. So that gives you a sense of where we're headed. Tonight's meeting will include my presentation, followed by questions from you and that staff and I can attempt to answer. We would then recommend, Mr. Chairman, that you turn it over to the public for public comment after your questions have been answered. And then after public comment, you would come back and have your own discussion about what recommendations you want to make to the City Council. So that gives you an overview of this evening. And I believe this is the only item on the agenda. So this was, we'll take the time that's needed here this evening. And I think that's the only thing you'll have this evening to do. So I'm going to dive into the presentation. I'm going to begin by talking about the 4 documents that are before you: the general plan, the climate action plan, the agricultural preservation program, and the draft EIR. And then I'm going to give you a summary of the community input that's been received to date. I know you have received a pretty thick stack of, I don't know if you actually got papers, but if they were papers, they would have been a pretty thick stack of comments that have already been submitted. I'm going to summarize some of those, and I believe that you'll also be hearing from folks tonight, many of whom perhaps have submitted written comments. I do want to say that my summary is only for comments that were received until about a week ago, because we had to get the presentation prepared. Comments came in as late as today. Some of them were repeat comments of people who had already said certain things. Some are new comments. If you have questions about those, I think I've read them all and can answer them, but they're not covered in my presentation just because we didn't have sufficient time to turn that around. So let's start with the draft general plan. The general plan, as I think all of you know, is what the courts have called the blueprint for growth and development within a community. Every community in California, whether it's a city or a county, is required to have a general plan. The courts have called the general plan the Constitution for development and conservation. It sets the basic rules by which you administer your development and conservation processes. It does not include every rule or policy. There are additional rules, for instance, in the zoning code and the subdivision code and even the building code, to name a few. Many other places these rules exist, but the general plan should provide the overall framework by which you assess future growth, development, and conservation. In that sense, it's a document that establishes the community's vision and supporting goals, policies, and actions to implement that vision. It provides consistent direction for future development. You are actually required by law to only approve projects that are consistent with your general plan. It's intended to balance growth, conservation, and quality of life. And it also is a document that sets baseline environmental conditions, so we have a roadmap moving forward of where the city stands today. The general plan includes what are called elements, which are essentially chapters. The state allows us to arrange the chapters in whatever way we want. And so the law calls these elements because sometimes they're combined in various ways. You pretty much follow the state law, which requires about 8 individual elements. You have separate chapters for land use and including community design. Land use is a required element under the state law. Circulation also required. You have a housing element, which is not part of this general plan update because it gets updated on a special schedule. And you have a separate consultant who's doing that. And I believe it will come to you in the next few months. But the housing element is part of your general plan. This document includes the land use element, the circulation element, as well as natural resources. And conservation, also conservation being a required element. You have an open space and agriculture element, and open space is also required. And you have a health and safety element, which actually doubles for 2 state required elements, one being safety and the other noise. Your general plan also has a non-required element, community services and facilities, which we've reworked through this process. And we've added 3 new elements, one on arts, one on economic development, and a new environmental justice element, which is actually also required under state law, under relatively new laws. And that's why you didn't have it before, but you have it now in this draft. The previous general plan was last updated in 2005, so it's been quite a number of years. It's high time for an update, and we've been working on that with the GPAC, the Planning Commission, and the City Council. So what are the goals of this general plan update process? These are goals that were articulated by the City Council when our firm was hired and the process began. First, to engage a broad spectrum of the community, and I'll talk more about that, but we did have a very large number of meetings, a large number of other non-meeting input methods, and a lot of involvement in the process. We were asked to establish the community's vision for Hollister in the year 2040, and I'll show you that vision that we created through input from the community. We were asked to work to maintain the town's small town agricultural character while also managing growth consistent with community goals, ensuring high quality development, supporting economic development, and responding to state mandates and the state's general plan guidelines. And I think we can say we've done all of those things following the guidance that came to us from the community, the GPAC, the Planning Commission, and the City Council. The general plan does have a planning area. I'm sure you've looked at that in the general plan documents themselves. We are required to look actually at 3 or 4 different geographies. The most constrained of those is the city limit itself. Those are the areas that are currently inside the city of Hollister and where the city today already has jurisdiction over development. Anything outside the city limits is currently under the jurisdiction of San Benito County. You do, however, within your general plan and within planning law, you have what's called the sphere of influence. The sphere of influence is approved by your local agency formation commission, or LAFCO. The LAFCO is legally actually a state body. It's housed at the county offices. It consists of representatives from the County Board of Supervisors, your city council, and the San Juan Bautista City Council. Those folks meet as the LAFCO, and they approve changes to the boundaries of the city of Hollister. In order to be added to the city of Hollister, the land must first be in the sphere of influence, which is the area legally that the city is expecting to annex at some point in the relatively near future, say over the next 10 to 15 years. You do have a sphere today. The general plan proposes to keep the sphere pretty much as is with some minor changes, but that sphere is a very important area as well, and that's shown on all the maps. There, even wider than that is the planning area, which under state law is the area where you believe that that even county actions would have an effect on the city. And so that's an area that's even bigger than the sphere. This area outside the sphere, inside the planning area, is not land that you expect to annex, but where, for instance, if the county were to propose a project, you might write a comment letter to the county because you believe that that project could have an influence on the city. And then finally, you do also have an urban service area. This was created under a memorandum of understanding with San Benito County and some of the service agencies. That urban service area is larger than the sphere and smaller than your planning area, and in fact has some legal issues about it because it suggests that you would be providing urban services into that area that's larger than your sphere, which is actually not allowed under state law. So you do have this urban service area, but it's not really part of our general plan because we don't know how you would legally implement it, and so it's not a focus. We're focusing on the city limit, the sphere, and the planning area.
You know when that was created? I'm sorry.
When was the urban
yeah.
service area created? I think Eva or Amber knows that date.
I believe that it was initially thought about in 2004, and then the MOU was amended in 2008. I could have those dates wrong, but I believe that was
Okay.
when the MOUs were done.
Thank you. Just wanted to ask.
All right, so I mentioned already that there have been significant public involvement on this process. We've held 9 individual workshops and events. Unfortunately, because of the pandemic, most of those were via Zoom, but we did have attendance at all of them. And we have had in-person events, both a little bit right at the beginning of the process, right before the pandemic started, and then again, since the pandemic has somewhat alleviated. We've also had 2 different opportunities for people to fill out surveys and questionnaires used online on our general plan website. We have had a general plan website, and I know we've had lots of traffic with people looking at the website and learning about the process then. We had a series of 8 meetings with the General Plan Advisory Committee. We've had 3 meetings prior to this one with your Planning Commission and 4 meetings already with the City Council. So there's been quite a bit of public involvement and public input as this process has moved forward. I mentioned the website. This is a screenshot of the splash page of the website. It's called hollister2040.org. I think most of you and most members of the audience are familiar with it, but I just want to make sure people understood that that does exist, and it's gotten quite a bit of traffic and interest since the time that we first put it together several years ago. This is an overview of some of the general plan tasks and process that have gone into creating this. We've had input from staff, from the GPAC, the community, the Planning Commission, the City Council. We went through a process of establishing baseline conditions that's both useful for the general plan and the EIR. We created the community-wide vision, which I'll show you in a moment. We drafted a series of policy options to address issues that people had identified through the baseline conditions work. We then went with the GPAC and then subsequently the Planning Commission and the City Council to talk through all of those individual policy options and get guidance regarding them. Once the policy option guidance had been given and we had decisions about all items, we prepared the general plan, we prepared its EIR, and we've now in the process now of finalizing the general plan in response to first your guidance and then ultimately City Council direction. This is the general plan vision. I know there's a lot of words there, but I want to point out that although the document is quite thick, and Carol held it up a moment ago, the vision actually fits on about 1.5 pages. And so it is a very succinct statement compared to the rest of the general plan that talks about where the city is trying to go through the year 2040. And you can see as it's written here that Hollister sees itself at the heart of San Benito County, a welcoming place where people can live, work, and play. People make a choice to live here because of the strong sense of community, diversity, and wide range of housing types for all income levels. It's framed by the Diablo and Gabilan ranges with surrounding agricultural landscapes, preserving its historic past, and ensuring that new development complements the existing historic setting. Hollister is known as an innovation hub and is wanting to attract businesses to the downtown, the industrial parks, and the airport to create additional high-quality jobs for a diverse labor pool. There's also tourism that the city seeks to take advantage of, particularly with Pinnacles National Park, the Hollister Hills State Recreational Vehicle Area, and surrounding wineries. And the vision to have even more high-quality jobs means that residents can work locally, freeing up time that would otherwise be spent commuting. And I did spend over an hour just getting here from Gilroy tonight, about 15 minutes. So I'm very aware of these commuting issues that the city is seeking to address. The vision goes on to talk about transportation, travel by car, bus, bicycle, and on foot, all being easy in Hollister and working to make that more the case in the future. That community life will flourish with a vibrant historic downtown, a lively art scene, inviting parks and public spaces, and activities and services for people of all ages and all types. There's a vision about new growth being primarily focused in the existing urban areas and adjacent to existing development, enhancing connectedness and preserving agricultural lands and open spaces that are at the edges of the city. And a further vision that the city will be coordinating with the county and other local agencies to ensure that growth is well planned, sustainable, and provided with needed services and resources. And the vision concludes by saying that Hollister is a unique and diverse city that is and will remain a place for generations to come that they can call home. As a part of that vision statement, we also worked with your GPAC and City Council to create 4 values. These are really part of the general plan vision itself, but go into a little more detail to say that the city values equity, diversity, innovation, and sustainability. And I won't read those all now, but you can see that that provides additional meat on the bones, if you will, to that vision, focusing in on these 4 very important qualities within the city. The general plan, one of the most important things in the general plan is its land use element, and within the land use element is the land use map. I'm not going to try and show you all the details of this map, but this is the map that exists in the general plan. I think you've all had a chance to look at it. We've called out for you some of the issues and changes that have come forward. And you can see, not surprisingly, that there are a number of urbanized uses within the city itself. There are the lighter, those are the gray colors, and some of the other colors in the center of the city. You can see some of the buff colors at the edges, which indicate very low residential development densities. And then you can see green surrounding those, which indicate agriculture, primarily in the planning area, but even inside the sphere where agriculture would be preserved, at least for the life of this general plan, with the city focusing its development on those areas that are in gray on the general plan map. This map shows just those areas that have actually been changed within the general plan. One of the major changes is that we've added this larger planning area and clarified that it's intended to be an agricultural area. There were some areas relatively close into the city, but at the edges that had some residential designations that have been changed to an agricultural designation. And then you can see just a few spots within the white, which is the entire the city itself. Most of that area is white because the general plan designations are unchanged, but you can see a few changes that are shown in color on this map. And if you have any specific questions about those, I'm happy to answer them when we come to the question and answer period. The general plan land use designations are also changed through this draft general plan. You can see here on this table in the middle column is the existing general plan land use density. And then on the right is a proposed change under the draft general plan. So you can see, for example, that the residential estate right now is only 1 dwelling unit per 5 acres. We've changed that to begin at 1 dwelling unit per 5 acres, which is the same as 0.2, but to allow it to go up to 1. And that's to provide a little more flexibility. And this is true, in that residential estate designation, I think you can tell that I want to say it's almost an oversight that you currently have a single number, because it's really very difficult for a developer or a landowner to get to an exact density of 1 dwelling unit per 5 acres. We wanted to provide a little more leeway so that people had a sense of a range of things that would be provided. And that's why we went to the 0.2 to 1. We've also changed some of the others. You can see, for instance, that low density residential has been moved up from 1 to 8 dwelling units per acre up to 6 to 10, 8 to 12. The medium density goes from 8 to 12 now instead to 11 to 29, and so forth. I won't again read all of these. If you have questions about them, though, I'm happy to answer them. The land use and community design element, as all the elements, also has a whole series of goals. In the case of the land use element, there are a total of 9 goals, and each of those goals has a set of supporting policies and actions. I have a lot of slides here to go show you a lot of goals. I'm not going to read them all, but I do want to point out that every one of these elements has the goals and has policies and actions to support them. 9 goals in land use and community development. And I'm sorry, here are more, so 19 altogether. The circulation element also has a series of goals, in this case, 5 of them that address circulation within the city. And there is also a circulation element map that shows proposed changes to the circulation network, improvements that will make for better transportation within the city. These roadway improvements are all shown in color and would be implemented under the life of this plan through the year 2040. The community services element has a total of 8 goals that you see listed here. We have the economic development element with 10 goals to enhance economic development throughout the city, in particular focusing in on new jobs, tourism, the industrial areas and business parks, and the airport as important economic drivers for the city. We have the natural resources and conservation element with a total of 7 goals about the protection of air quality, minimization of greenhouse gases, protecting water quality and future mineral extraction, all being important parts of natural resources and conservation within the city. The health and safety element has a total of 8 goals. It integrates, this is an element that's been updated a little more than some of the others, with a new focus on improving safety and meeting new state laws that have arisen since 2005 that require a much more robust safety element within the general plan. And then we have the open space and agriculture element with 2 goals, focusing on supporting and preserving both open space and agriculture. And then the new elements, the arts and culture element has a total of 8 goals about fostering and supporting arts and cultural programming within the city. We have the environmental justice element, setting policy direction to minimize the effects of environmental hazards on disadvantaged communities and improving disadvantaged communities' access to food, healthcare, and physical activity, with a total of 10 goals there. And that's it. I'm sorry. So that's the end of the general plan. I thought there was one more element, but there's not. Okay, so that gives you an overview of the general plan. I'm going to speed along here and go to the other parts of the work we've done, because I do have a lot of material to cover here. The climate action plan is before you as well. This is a strategic plan intended to reduce the Hollister's community-wide greenhouse gas emissions and to increase resilience, by which we mean the ability of the city and its residents to respond to changes that are happening because of climate change. We've all heard about the fires in Maui. That's an example of the kind of things that are happening due to climate change, and we're seeking to make the city more resilient as it plans for those kinds of changes over the next period of time. The climate action plan is intended to support the goals and policies of the general plan. It's essentially an implementation tool for the general plan to map the city's roadmap as to how it's going to respond to climate change issues. It includes an assessment of both current and future greenhouse gas emissions. It sets targets for reductions in greenhouse gases, and it includes strategies to reduce greenhouse gases and meet those emission targets. This is a little chart, a lot of numbers, a lot of pictures here, but that shows you for the period through the year 2045, what actions the city needs to take in order to lessen its greenhouse gas impacts. You can see on the colored bars projections as to how emissions might change over time through the year 2045. And under what we call a business as usual scenario, you can see that they would continue to go up quite a bit, even from today. The year we started this work in 2019, still a very significant increase by the year 2040. But we also show you that orange line, and the orange line shows with the implementation of the measures that are in the climate action plan, we expect that emissions can be curbed quite a bit and will actually decrease very much down to almost zero by 2045, provided that we are successful in implementing all these measures. So the measures the targets are based on state law. AB 1279, Assembly Bill 1279 established a statewide goal of achieving net carbon neutrality, which means net zero emissions by 2045. Reducing greenhouse gas emissions by 85%. And that is what this plan will do if implemented. So that's the goal here, following state law, which sets out what we need to be doing. And it has a series of strategies in it. There are 8 sectors. And within those 8 sectors, there are 33 separate strategies. You see the 8 sectors here on the right: sustainable energy and carbon-free energy, transportation, off-road equipment, solid waste, waste and wastewater, natural resources and agriculture, and governance and leadership. And within each of those 8 sectors, there's a total of 33 strategies. And each of those has a set of actions, performance assumptions, indicators, and implementation details. All of those strategies also have what we call co-benefits. That is, not only will they reduce greenhouse gas emissions, but they'll also do things like conserving natural resources, promoting technological innovation, promoting community resilience, improving air quality, and so forth. You see a list of 12 different co-benefits that emerge from these efforts to minimize greenhouse gases. And here's one example of a greenhouse gas reduction strategy. This is strategy 14 about electric vehicles. Again, it's one of 33 in the whole document, and it includes a series of 8 different actions to install additional EV charging stations, reviewing the municipal code, adopting an EV reach code, providing dedicated parking spaces for electric vehicles, and so forth. So again, there are 33 of these strategies, each with a series of 3 to 7 or 8 actions to support them. And there's always a table that shows the amount of reduction or in emissions that's expected from each of these items. The implementation for the climate action plan will require regular monitoring and reporting on progress. There are implementation strategies about staffing, reporting, funding, collaboration, and planned maintenance. And the city itself will need to implement those to make sure it watches how the climate action plan is being implemented. For each of the strategies, we do have an action plan that identifies the responsible departments within the cities, within the city, how to track indicators of implementation progress, any partner agencies, the time frame, and funding options to achieve implementation. I'm going to go now to the Agricultural Preservation Program, the third of 4 items I'll be speaking to you about. For the agricultural program, the City Council did ask that we get this started already. It is an item that's inside the general plan that the city would adopt an agricultural preservation program. And at the City Council's guidance, we have gone ahead and created that program. It's intended to at least partially offset the loss of agricultural land as urbanization occurs. I think we're all familiar with the fact that many of the homes in Hollister are built on what was once agricultural land, and agricultural land has been converted as a result of that new development. This ordinance would, while allowing development to continue, it would also require that for every acre of land developed with new housing or other uses, 2 acres would be preserved in a mitigation bank that would be in perpetuity to ensure that agricultural land continues to be a part of Hollister's future. This is obviously those dedicated lands would then be protected from urban development, and that then means preserving land through agricultural conservation easements. At the City Council's direction, the ordinance requires a 2-to-1 dedication ratio. Again, for every 1 acre developed, 2 acres would need to be set aside within conservation easement as part of the basic policy of this plan. There is a geographic area for the program. It applies to any development that occurs under city auspices, which are presumably within the sphere of influence and in current agricultural use. But the mitigation lands, the preservation lands can be anywhere within Hollister's planning area, which is that broader area that I showed you, and that's shown in dark purple and green in this map. And eligible lands need to be farmlands with class 1 or 2 soils, or rangelands or orchards. So there's a number of different types of land that can be included, and that includes honestly most of the undeveloped areas outside of the urbanized city. The ordinance also has other requirements in it, that the lands must be in agricultural use or be able to be brought back into agricultural use within a year. They have to be served by an adequate water supply to support agriculture as well. So that is the agricultural plan. I want to mention just for the record that there was a comment letter today received from the San Benito Agricultural Land Trust, primarily supporting the ordinance, but with some specific comments as well. I won't be talking about that later because we just got the letter today. And then the last item to talk with you about is the EIR, and then I'll be looking at some of the comments. The EIR is a public disclosure document that's required by law and is prepared under the state's environmental protection law, which is the California Environmental Quality Act. It is only an informational document. Before you can act on the general plan, you and ultimately the City Council, you will need to certify the EIR as a document that discloses potential environmental impacts, identifies mitigation measures, and describes alternatives to the proposed project. But once you have certified that EIR as an adequate disclosure document, that doesn't mean you're necessarily going to approve or deny the general plan itself. You are not allowed to consider approval or denial of the general plan until you act on the EIR. Once you've acted on the EIR, you then have a record of what you understand to be its environmental impacts, and then you can take action to either approve, modify, or deny the general plan itself. So it has to be that 2-step process. That's how state law lays it out. You do the CEQA document first. Once you've certified the CEQA document, then you consider project approval. This, in this case, is a program level EIR. That means it does not try and look at individual projects that might be built on a single parcel of land. And instead, it's a document that looks at a programmatic level, what impacts might occur from the overall amount of development to occur under the general plan. So it summarizes the amount of development potential. It quantifies the number of new residential units, the square feet of additional commercial and non-residential areas that would be built. It looks at other regulations that are considered in the plan, and it makes overall findings about how that would have environmental impacts. And here you see the environmental process. We began with a notice of preparation and a scoping meeting several years ago. We did the actual environmental review, and when that EIR was published, there was a 45-day comment period on the draft EIR. That comment period closed on June 30th. We had hoped to hold a hearing on the EIR, but there was not a quorum at the Planning Commission, and no public hearing is required under state law. And so the city has elected not to have a hearing, but I know people had quite a large amount of time to provide written comments, and we did get quite a number of written comments on the EIR, the draft EIR. We will be responding to all of those comments on the draft EIR in the document called the final EIR. That document is actually almost complete, and it can be published as soon as the council acts on September 11th and informs us of any changes they want to make to the general plan. If we need to reflect those in the final EIR, we will reflect them. And then we would be in a position that, assuming it's still on the docket, we would then publish the final EIR. When you go to take final action, you will review the draft EIR and final EIR. You will certify them. That's shown at this Planning Commission meeting, and then the City Council in the end would certify the EIR and then act on approval of the general plan. The EIR evaluates about 15 separate topics. You see them all listed here, or arranged in alphabetical order, all the way from aesthetics at the beginning of the alphabet down to wildfire at the end of the alphabet, and it provides a very in-depth assessment of impacts in each of these items. The comment period did close on June 30th. We did receive a number of comments that you see listed here from government organizations, from private organizations, and some members of the public. We are going to respond to those when we get to the publication of the final EIR. So those are all the documents before you. I know I've gone on for quite a while already, but I do need to take some of your time additionally, just to give you an overview of community input to date. We want both you and the public to know that we've taken all these comments very seriously. We're very aware of the number of comments that have been received, and we want to make sure you're aware of them too. So I'm going to give you sort of an overview and then talk about at least some of the comments in particular. Some of the themes that we've heard have been that the members of the public, particularly from the real estate and development communities, have looked to expand the sphere of influence, to not change existing designations that previously allowed for residential to agriculture, which was, of course, requested by the GPAC, the Planning Commission, and the City Council. The new general plan would not allow single-family homes in medium-density residential designations. There have been several commenters who've asked for that to be changed to allow single-family homes as long as they meet that density. There's been a desire to see industrial uses in the North Gateway area, and also to allow additional uses there, to allow additional mixed use along San Benito Street, to extend the Buena Vista Road special planning area west to State Route 156, to try and extend sewer service to unincorporated county land. And I already mentioned, and I'll probably mention once more, that without that land being in the sphere of influence, state law actually prohibits extending sewer service there. But if you want to expand the sphere of influence, which is another set of comments we have, then you can also plan to extend sewer service. And then finally, we heard a desire to allow project applicants to decide on other stormwater retention methods beyond those that are shown in the general plan. Some of the other comments include increasing affordable housing, providing housing for the homeless and unhoused. Some folks saying we want to slow the amount of development in Hollister. Some saying we should consider the future water supply and impacts to groundwater when planning for future growth. Minimizing impacts of new land uses on agricultural operations, increasing parks and recreation activities, increasing local businesses, and enhancing broadband capacity to support economic development. Now, and then we also have these on transportation, additional themes, people wanting to see increased protected bike lanes and walking trails, increasing public transit ridership, reducing traffic, increasing roadway routes to and from the city, especially, of course, highways 25 and 156 with additional capacity, improving sidewalk and street maintenance, and specific comment looking for four-way stop signs at 2 intersections as well. Now, I have a whole series of slides about individual comments that have been received. I'm aware of time through the chair. I might suggest, although I have about 10 of these slides, I might suggest we skip them for the sake of time. But Mr. Chairman, it's certainly up to you if you would like to hear this in even more detail, or if you want to hold off if there are questions.
You can go ahead.
Go ahead.
Yes.
All right. Okay. So the first item I'll talk about in particular is the Meridian Street Special Planning Area. The general plan proposes changing a portion of this area from low-density residential to residential estate to essentially preserve it as it is today. We have a commentor, I believe a landowner in that area, who requests that the existing designation be maintained to allow for additional urbanization in that area at the traditional sort of single-family density that the city has seen. This would change, of course, the character of that area, but it would be consistent with the existing general plan. So that's a change. The change that we show in the existing in the draft general plan is one the previous council asked for. We've made that change. We now have a request to put it back to the way it already was. So that's the first of these items. The second is the Glenmore Drive parcel. This is an 8.5 acre vacant parcel in the southern part of the urbanized part of the city. The general plan proposes to change this from low density residential to high density residential in order to provide a pretty good sized site for an important source of housing to serve the workforce and to serve people who perhaps can't afford a home at these lower densities. We've received a lot of comments expressing concern about this and a lot of misinformation. We received comments, you'll see them in your packet, that say things like, I understand that there's a 125 unit per acre project proposed on this site. That is absolutely not true. There is no proposal at this time. The draft general plan would allow 30 to 65 dwelling units per acre. There is a separate item before you and ultimately the city council to also create an inclusionary housing ordinance, which might have an additional bonus in it, but we are very doubtful that it would get, that A, there is no project proposal, and B, it's very doubtful that it would get into the 100 or more units per acre. But I know you have comments to that effect. Essentially, these comments all ask you to keep the designation at low density instead of moving it up to high density. If that were to happen, we might have to look for other places to put other residential densities because we need to be sure that you have enough housing to fulfill your legal requirements under state law. The next item is what we call the San Felipe Road project. The draft general plan proposes changing this parcel from the North Gateway commercial to mixed use. The commenter, who's one of the owners of that site, has already created a draft plan, and the commenter would like to have less density to be consistent with the plan that they've already prepared instead of having the higher density that the general plan today suggests. So it would be up to you, of course, to consider whether you would like to see to make it possible for a project like the one proposed, or if you would like to see somewhat higher density. This, from our opinion, and this was concurred by the Planning Commission and City Council, we believe that that's a site right in the center of town and is a very good site for additional density, and that it wouldn't really be appropriate to put the lower density townhomes, and that it really should be a place for apartments or condominiums of some sort. Next are the Buena Vista Road parcels. These are parcels on the north side of town, near and along Buena Vista Road. The draft general plan proposes changing all those parcels in that area that are currently outside the sphere of influence to have an agricultural designation. These parcels were not in the sphere, and so in my mind, and I think the minds of the Planning Commission and City Council, it didn't really make sense to have residential designations on them when they were never proposed to be added to the city. We have a number of comments suggesting that we should not change that we should keep that low density residential, with concerns about affecting property values and the ability to secure loans to support agricultural operations. We also have the East North Street area at Monterey Street. The general plan does not propose a change in this, but does propose an increase in the density that's at high density residential. A commentor is concerned that they would like to see that they feel that that could compromise their ability to build senior housing on that site. I'm aware of many senior housing projects that go from 30 to 65 dwelling units per acre, but you do have a comment suggesting that the density should be kept lower, which would presumably mean lowering the designation from high to medium density residential. And then we have Enterprise at Southside Road on the very southern end of town. Property owner there requests that that parcel be added to the sphere of influence. We have additional comments in that same area, Union Road near Southside Road. The property owner there says that continued agricultural operations are infeasible, given that there are other urbanized designations nearby. They described it as between urban designations. I'm not sure looking at the map, I don't know if I would call it in between, but it is adjacent to urbanization areas, and they're requesting that they be giving a residential designation as well. And then we have another site near Buena Vista Road, property owner also requesting that they be both included in the sphere of influence and have a residential designation. This is also very similar to the other requests we've had in the Buena Vista Road area. We have the Felipe 9 LLC property. They are requesting high density residential instead of the Northern Gateway designation that's there today. And we have San Felipe Road at McCloskey requesting that rather than having the North Gateway designation, that that be converted to an industrial designation instead. We have a number of comments regarding sewer and water extension. These comments essentially say that they object to the city having a policy that we would not extend sewer service outside the sphere of influence. As I mentioned a couple times, and I'll say here again, it is illegal under state law to extend sewer service outside the sphere of influence. So in order to do that, and this is the government code 56133 in which that's contained. So if you wanted to extend sewer service to those areas, the best thing to do would actually be to extend the sphere of influence as well. And then once you've extended the sphere, as long as you make a finding that you plan to annex that land in the near future, you can extend service there. Again, these are changes that the previous City Council and Planning Commission considered. They elected not to make those changes, but we do have comments requesting them again. We have a letter from the Building Industry Association stating that the general plan does not plan for enough housing growth. This was a surprising comment to me. You'll see in italics those sort of responses to a couple of the comments. The draft general plan does include capacity for 6,455 units. Your new regional housing needs allocation is 4,163 units, but the BIA did state that they don't believe that there's enough capacity for housing growth under state law. They also stated that there should be market studies done to determine the feasibility of medium density and higher density residential uses. They state that Hollister's default density, and this is really down in the weeds of technical planning, but the state gives you a density that they want you to achieve in order to be able to say that you're building affordable housing. Hollister was recently changed from 20 units per acre to 30 units per acre. It appears that the BIA may not have been aware of that change. They make a comment that you could go as low as 20 units per acre and still get credit for affordable housing under state law. That's actually not true. It does need to be 30 units per acre. But there are additional comments, of course, that you should consider, stating that the 20% inclusionary housing requirement, which is in the general plan and being implemented through the ordinance, they've said that 20% is too high. We did get comments at a meeting last week from the public also suggesting perhaps dropping that. They suggested a 1-to-1 agricultural preservation requirement instead of 2-to-1. They wanted to change the agricultural buffers policy, and they do not support mitigating VMT on a project by project basis. So these are a number of comments from the BIA. The San Benito High School District has also submitted a letter. They point out they have 50 to 70 acres for a possible future high school site that's at Buena Vista Road and Union Road. It's a fair ways outside the city. They're requesting that you be able to extend services. I'm sorry, I misspoke. That's to a parcel on Best Road. So I've combined, let me start over. They first requested reserving at least 50 to 70 acres within each of Buena Vista Road and Union Road special planning areas for possible future school sites. They have also pointed out that they have a school site out at Best Road that might become a high school in the future. They would like to extend the sphere of influence that far to allow this extension of sewer service to that site as well. And they've also asked for 2 changes to a couple of policies that we could certainly consider as well. They've also asked that you add an action to create a list of development incentives that could be achieved in exchange for voluntary mitigation agreements. They've requested an action requiring the city to participate in an intergovernmental committee comprised of school district, city officials, and county officials about coordination of general plan projects, and adding a policy requiring every developer to participate in a mandatory meeting with the district to discuss voluntary mitigation options. There have been a number of other requested policy edits. I got a couple of slides here of them. I think you've seen most of these in the comments. I'm not going to go over all of them now, but I did just want to note that in addition to the things I've already mentioned, we have a number of other comments, including those that are on these slides. And I can come back to any of those if you have questions about any of them. And then we did also receive comments on the agricultural land preservation program. I mentioned that you received a letter today with strong support from the Agricultural Land Trust, but we also received comments saying, for instance, and I already mentioned some of these, that the 2-to-1 dedication requirement is too large, that lands inside the city's planning area are too expensive, and that more remote properties should be allowed for agricultural preservation, and stating that a minimum parcel size of 20 acres is going to make it too difficult to find suitable parcels. That is almost the end. I just want to mention next steps. We did already close the draft EIR comment period on June 30th. I mentioned that final EIR preparation is underway. Tonight, you will take public comment, and then you will give direction on changes that you would like the city council to consider. We have a city council review session on September 11th, and depending on the outcome of that session, we will be ready to move into finalization of the final EIR, finalization of any changes that the city council asks for, and then publication of both the revised draft general plan and final EIR, with hearings expected in October and November. I should say, if there were very significant changes, some of the changes tonight, if you add all those up, they might require us actually to recirculate the general plan and recirculate its EIR, but that's not something we'll know until after the September 11th meeting. So with that said, that is the end of my presentation. I can remain here for any questions that you have, and then I'll sit down for public comment, but of course I'll remain available for the rest of the evening for any other issues that come up, and I'll be taking careful notes as well.
Okay, thank you. So now it's opportunity for the commission to ask questions about the presentation we just heard, and also any questions about the 3 documents.
Exactly.
Okay.
That's exactly right.
All
If
right.
you have comments on them, I would encourage you to hold those until after you've heard from the public.
Yeah, correct. Please refrain from any commentary until after public. So I'll go ahead and start. One question I had was, is the sphere of influence, is it limited to areas that are eventually going to be planned for annexation, or can it just be an area that the city has an interest in, wants to have influence on what happens there, but not necessarily planning to annex?
By law, it should be the area that the city plans to annex. I can point to exceptions to that across the state. There are places where the sphere of influence includes lands that cities don't intend to annex. I can't tell you what your LAFCO would do, but the law says it should be areas that you plan to annex relatively soon.
Okay, thank you. Here's an easy one. So you mentioned broadband, increasing broadband. So what would be, how could broadband be increased here?
Well, the specific actions that would need to be taken are actually to lay additional fiber optic cable. And that could occur through the private sector. It could occur because the city might take actions to meet with fiber optic purveyors and encourage them to build or deploy here. And it could be that the city would actually put money into such an effort. So the general plan isn't specific about those items, but we do have comments, especially saying that maybe more should be done. And we already do have actions to say that the city would work on this, although not being particularly specific.
Okay, thank you. So my next question is regarding page 40, I think it's page
I'm gonna
41.
grab my doc.
Yeah. Page 41 of the draft general plan on the PDF file.
Oh, can you give me a page number down at the bottom of the PDF?
Yeah, one sec.
So there should be a page that starts with 2 letters at the
Yeah.
bottom of the page.
Sure. Well, it's it's basically, I want to ask about policy LU 1.5.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
I got it. That is page LU-20.
Okay, thank you. So I'll just read the text and then ask my question. So development projects outside of the city. The city shall not accept an application for any projects, subdivision grading, development, et cetera, for any land that has not been annexed into the city limits. So is that a new policy?
Right. Every policy you'll see it has in parentheses, whether it was
Okay.
new or existing, and this one does say
Okay.
new.
So
Yes.
what is the current policy then?
There's no policy in that regard. The current general plan is mute on this subject.
Okay. Well, okay, maybe the general plan doesn't mention it, but don't we have municipal code that covers that?
No, and I think that's likely the reason that it's been added is that state law does allow a city to have a policy about that, and the city of Hollister is just completely silent on it.
Okay,
And the issue has come up.
okay, thank you. So my next question is so you mentioned the housing element is like a separate document, not part of the general plan. So can I ask a question about it or is,
I assume so.
okay,
Yeah, I think so. It's
Okay.
within the scope of the
okay.
topic.
My question is, so the housing element is not being updated yet.
Well, it is in process of
It's in
being
the
updated
process.
now. Yes.
Okay, so are you waiting for the new RHNA numbers?
No, you have the new numbers.
Okay,
It's 4,100 and some odd units with 4,163, I'm hearing.
okay.
That number has been given to you.
Uh-huh.
And it was not in ours. We didn't have that number when we started this process. And it would have been hypothetically possible for us to have prepared that housing element as well as a follow-on project, but we didn't have capacity. So you selected another consultant who's now underway to do that as a separate but almost simultaneous effort at this time.
Okay. So, how often does LAFCO determine the sphere of influence and when will they look at this again?
Someone else should help me on this, but I believe they only look at this at your request and you can make a request at any time. I don't know if they locally have a limit on the number of times. I'm not aware of one. I will mention there is a requirement for a thing called a municipal services review, MSR, that some LAFCOs keep them up to date all the time and others require you to create a new MSR at the time that you propose an annexation. So the MSR looks at, do you have capacity in your fire department, your police department, water, sewer, and so forth to actually provide services to these areas? Once the MSR is done, then the LAFCO can act on your annexation or your either an annexation request or a requested change to the sphere.
Okay, thank you. Okay. So quoted some text. I'm not sure exactly which part this came from, but I have a question about it. So the quote is, for areas outside the sphere of influence, the city council directed staff. Okay, I know where this is from. This is from this is from the packet, the agenda packet,
staff
where you
report
gave
or-
a summary
Yeah,
of how we got here. So you said in that for areas outside the sphere of influence, the city council directed staff to apply the agricultural designation for already urbanized areas outside the sphere of influence. The city council directed staff to apply the land use designation that matched the existing use. So that sentence is a little unclear to me. I'm not sure what.
so let me give you an example, although I'm going to probably forget the name. The Santana Ranch development, I believe, is the name of the development out at Fairview. That's a residential development that's already been approved and constructed under the auspices of the county. There is, as I understand it, no plan to annex it, but even if there were, more importantly, that exists. It wasn't approved or it wasn't processed by the city. It was processed by the county, but it's there today. So this is an example of urbanized land outside the city where we put a single family residential designation onto that land at Santana Ranch because that's what's there. That's not necessarily a reflection of the city. If the city had it to do over again, or if the city had been in charge, that's not trying to say one way or another, would the city have done the same thing? It's just acknowledging that that's what's there today, and therefore that's the designation it got.
Okay, thank you. All right, I think that's all the questions I have. I know Carol's, I'm sure, has lots of a few questions. Well, comment. Okay. So any other questions from the fellow commissioners? Okay. Any questions?
Can I save questions for after public comments?
I don't know.
That's up to you.
Yeah, I guess if you want to, if you want to, you can reserve them for after public comment. Okay. Commissioner Corona, any questions? Okay. Commissioner Lenore, any questions? Okay.
All right,
Okay.
so I'll go back to my seat over there, and I'll probably just stay there, but I am available for the rest of the evening to answer any questions that come up. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Do any of the commissioners want to have a couple of minutes just to review these new pages we just got? Okay. All right. Okay. So we'll go ahead and. Mhm. Okay.
Do you want to go element by element or?
Well, we need to have the public comment first. Yeah, well, yeah, I'll think about that. So yeah, I think I'd like to take 5 minutes to just allow us to review the paperwork that we just got, because I think it's important that we consider all the input. So let's take 5 minutes to do that. Thank you. Okay. We'll call this meeting back to order. So this is now opportunity for public comment about this agenda item number 1. So do we have any speakers?
I do. I'll first acknowledge, as has been mentioned a few times during the presentation, we did receive 4 public comments written since the publication of the agenda packet. So we received a comment from the San Benito County Agricultural Land Trust. We received a comment from Mr. Alex Siwak. We received a comment from Sarah Steiner, and we received a comment from Deirdre Ryan. So copies of those have been provided to the Planning Commission and are available to the public as well tonight, but those were comments received after the publication of the packet. And then as far as public comment goes, I'll go ahead and start with the comments in the room, and then we'll move to the.
Let me just pause you for 1 sec. I just remember I need to disclose that I did have a meeting with the Orozco group. They're one of the groups that submitted feedback. So just to clarify their letter.
Great.
Any other disclosures from the commission?
I had a meeting with them as well.
Okay, so we can have the public comment.
Okay,
Thank
great.
you.
We'll start with Lynn Overtree.
Thank you. My name's Lynn Overtree. I work with the San Benito Agricultural Land Trust, and thank you for the opportunity to provide comment. First, I have to confess that I provided comment to the wrong thing. So I had prepared to come to the June meeting and it got canceled last minute. So I was still in that mindset of doing the chapter on open space and agriculture. And therefore, that's the comment package you received from me. Having said that, I work closely with the consultants at one point working on the ag protection program. And so I am somewhat familiar with that. And at a quick glance at it, looked like it was very similar to what the February version that I saw. So let me share some of our thoughts on that. The agricultural definition was very important to us, that it be modified some and have that one number C or letter C on there. In general, what they're using is a Department of Conservation, State Department of Conservation farmland farmland mapping and monitoring program definitions, but that includes that land must have been used for irrigated agricultural production or cropped at some point during the 4 years prior to the mapping date, or its classification then gets changed to grazing land. And that's so that they can track the loss of farmland in California. We're looking at a slightly different goal of preserving farmland. So even if that land has not been in production for a period of time, it still has the classifications of soil quality to be back into high quality farm production. So you don't want to go strictly with the state FMMP definitions. And we're really grateful to work with the consultants on adding a section that was derived from Yolo County's policy. And that gives the city of Hollister the opportunity to use reasonable judgment to determine if a property should be protected as agricultural land. So that I hope that helps clarify that. We also are supportive of the 2-to-1 mitigation or offset policy. And that's partly because 1-to-1 means that you're losing half of your agricultural land. At least 2-to-1, you're only giving up a third of it. You know, higher would be wonderful. I see that my seconds are closing out. I would also just notify you that the county is submitting a grant for a plan and to develop their agricultural element. And I hope that there's an opportunity for the city to work with them if they are awarded that grant. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Joe Tanasha.
I'm bordered by quite a bit of this plan. And I think what you guys need to look at is this thing, city limits should move across Union Road, all the way to Enterprise, all the way to the houses on South Side, all the way to the river, fill it in. The deal he showed up here, that ag ground that's mapped out there coming in, you need to go take a look at it. 3/4 of it's river bottom. Same thing on Buena Vista. You have a corridor goes out to 156, so the city can eventually build a road that goes to 156. Maybe they can get Caltrans to do something for an intersection, but have a corridor. Over here on, I got a situation over here on Chapel Road that everywhere I farm, I got the city next to me. I got people, I got problems. I got food safety problems. Today we had food safety inspection. First ranch I go to, somebody's stinking cats in my field. That's a no-no. Something happens, I'm the liable party. And you got people here designing a program that in the best interest of preserving farm ground and everything, but they're not in the agriculture position that ag is these days, trying to make a living. I got property over there off Union Road that belongs in the city. They forced me to be that way. The county was allowed to build on the side of me. The school is allowed to build on the side of me. People are all around me. This city needs to take and move your sphere of influence or city limits all the way to Tres Pinas. Fill it in. And don't preserve. Should it preserve ag ground? I want to keep farming. I'm all for it. I don't want to sell my property, but you're forcing me. I don't have any economic viability over here or 20 acres on the other side of town. But why would you preserve farm ground inside a planning area? I don't understand. You want to maintain a small town ag character, but until you get the county and the city to work together, it's not going to happen. I'm out there with a roundabout going in, and they're going to dump the water on my property, and Caltrans doesn't care. They can't dump water on private property, but they're going to do it. Then they're going to come back in 10 years and build an overpass and go cost some of the primest farm ground in this county, because nobody around here has the guts to stand up to Caltrans. And that continuously happens. And I know this is a plan and it's something to do, but it's got some issues. But I need to get these city limits and sphere of influences over some of my property, because I don't want to develop them. I don't want to sell them. But I got to have the opportunity to be able to stay in business and reinvest that money. So any questions, feel free to contact me anytime. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker will be Carson Clower.
Good evening. I'm a resident of the unincorporated area of the county. The first thing that I thought of when I was listening to the presentation, which was a really great presentation, so I appreciate that, was maintaining small town agricultural feel. Now, that's a laudable goal, but at the same time, the city's looking at upzoning many properties and also increasing the draft density of that zoning. So you're going from 6 to 10 units per acre to 30 to 60 units an acre in areas. So I don't understand how you square that circle and say that you're going to maintain the small town agricultural feel while you go to that density. That's a major problem. That's a major problem. I don't know how you're going to do that without having to redo the whole general plan, but that is a huge problem, especially if you think that you're going to hit your RENA numbers and actually build the units that the community needs. I don't know how you're going to do that at that density. It hasn't been done around here. Nobody's even proposing it because it doesn't work. You have to have the economics to actually build that. And you don't see that except for probably further south would be Morgan Hill. Another question is, why are you looking to mitigate in the planning area? If you're planning for the community, keep the ag where the ag's supposed to be. That's great. If you want to make a growth management ordinance or a boundary or something, wonderful, plan for it. But if you start locking out areas that are going to be ag right next to the community, and then when the community grows like it will inevitably do, you're going to have problems. I'd like to see this be fair for the property owners that are near the city that have been locked out the last couple of years from developing their properties because of the situation with the sewer service. You brought up land use 1.5. That that policy does not make sense if you're going to expand your sphere of influence, which you should, which this plan doesn't do well enough. The sphere of influence needs to be larger so that you can actually develop in those areas that are in no man's land right now. Along South Side, there's a couple properties that were mentioned there. There's smaller properties that have 20 and 30 acre subdivisions beyond them, and they're going to be locked out of doing anything with their properties because of that policy, because of the situation with the sewer service right now. It's not an easy thing to fix, but if you lock it in place till 2040, you're definitely not going to fix it that way. I don't know if we're supposed to ask for specific things, but I'd like to see those properties brought inside the sphere of influence line. I'd like to see the Bertuccio Corners not be ag, because why do you have ag on one side of Union Road and not on the other side? And you have a density at 30 units an acre. Like, I know you guys didn't design it, and I know that they just take direction, but it's got to make sense. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Alan Gomes on behalf of Maria Gomes.
Hi, evening all. I have a letter I submitted already. I'll give you a copy of that, and I don't want to say what I rewrote because I think it's more important to focus on a couple of comments, some of which we just heard. My mom lives at 1660 Buena Vista. We were one of the slides up there. My dad was a farmer. Most of my folks came from Portugal in their 20s. Hollister is the American dream. My dad and his partner bought what was about 26 acres of land. They grew apricots. They built a home. They built a family. And they were able to make a living here. As time's grown, and it's a comment that we heard a couple of times before, farming's changed. When I was a kid, my dad said, "You're good at school. You could keep doing this, but it's hard. Go to school, do that." My mom lives on 13 acres now. That is exactly adjacent to a property that's being developed. We're on the outside of the wall. My mom's 78. She didn't want to come up and talk. She has a well that's now on city property that services our home and two others. She's the one who has to go fix it every time. If our property's kept, rolled back to ag, because in 2005 it had been low density housing, like you heard before, it's until 2040. It's a long time for my mom at 78 to go keep fixing the well when the water goes down. And I know being put in the sphere of influence doesn't guarantee anything. There's other steps. But without that step, we don't have a chance. And sort of not in my letter, but what was being said before in the last two comments is what's being preserved. We rent that land to a row crop farmer that farms massive swaths of land. You don't get much money for that. You're not preserving what used to be there is that farming trade. You're just trying to make something of your land. And if he weren't to rent it, my mom's not going to farm it. What are you going to do with a 13-acre parcel in that space? So I'm going to leave it at that. I'll give you guys a copy of what I wrote and submitted that show those maps. And thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you. The next the next speaker, excuse me, is Gary Coates.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. Gary Coates here on behalf of Mr. Peter Nielsen and Hollister Forever 16 property, which is 19 acres located fronting on Wright Road, also on Highway 25 and also San Felipe. It covers the entire area in that region. We are part of the North Gateway commercial designation, and we're not asking to be changed from that designation. We support that. The presentation you had this evening was very well done, very informative, and explained, I think, well what the goals of the city, what the direction of the city is. The only thing that we're looking to do is to provide some flexibility in the use categories that are allowed within that designation. And so that today, we can't tell you what may be the right use that might occur within the next 3 to 4 years or 5 years. We've seen in the last 3 to 4 years with the Amazon projects come in, a change of character within that region out there, very positive, very job creation. And that is one of the things that the North Gateway zoning designation or general plan designation features. We're looking to provide that same kind of use that may be creating more jobs than any commercial or any type of office use would be providing within that area. So all we are looking for is for the commission to please keep in mind the transitional uses that may occur within that zoning designation and allow that to occur within your zoning designation for the North Gateway commercial area. Do it as a conditional use permit so you can maintain control, make sure the design is right, make sure all that is done. We have absolutely no opposition to that process, but we would just like to have the flexibility for the adjustment and transition of uses that will occur within that area. It's not an area in our mind that looks for as a commercial, because the commercial should be located adjacent to the residential area. You don't want people who have all of their homes in the central or southern part of the city, in the eastern part, commuting all the way across town to shop at the northernmost part of your city. It makes no sense. It doesn't help with the greenhouse gas emission issues, nor the transportation. So as a job and as a destination use, yes, that can work. But as others, I don't believe it is to the benefit of the city. So we're just requesting that flexibility, that ability to have you consider that as you go down the road. And thank you very much for allowing us to make that presentation to you this evening. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Willis Skip Pack.
Another ag person talking about Buena Vista Road. I live further out. There's a thing that's been circulated, I believe. We're at the first sharp turn on Buena Vista. We're in between it and the second sharp turn, but in any case, we're further out than Mr. Gomes and Joe Tanas's operations. We're talking about the same thing in many respects. Our ground is class 1. It is class 1 dirt. That's absolutely the case. However, it is not prime agricultural land in terms of agricultural economics. And the issues that arise there come from the issues that compromise that, come from multiple sources. One is the proximity to the existing development. The land is leased, our land is leased to Top Flavor Farms, who also owns land adjacent to us, Tony Alameda's family, and other neighbors are in the same boat. And we receive rent based on what they can charge for the crops that they sell to mostly the Salinas shippers. And so food safety issues, if the Salinas shippers feel that they're not confident, then he won't get the contracts to raise romaine or cilantro or whatever it is. There's a whole variety. And so that compromises the rent we receive. It also compromises the funding that he can get. And what we are asserting and feel strongly is that the downzoning from R1, the current situation out there, to agricultural will cause that problem. Now, we expect the ground to be in production for quite a long while. We have no issue. We don't want the sphere of influence to come out. That's not a big deal. But the economics are strongly affected. It's not on Blue Valve. We have to pay for the water. The well fails. That last well that we put in was a little over $250,000. That supports 120 acres of irrigation. And the list of those kinds of impairments goes on and on. All the parcels are below, or the vast majority of them are below 20 acres. So the mitigation things that you're talking about, it probably wouldn't even qualify. So there are many issues, and we would strongly urge you to retain the relatively low density residential to support the agricultural economics of our situation. Thank you. Questions?
Thank
Thank you.
you. The next speaker is Ann Hall.
Hello, I'm Ann Hall. I'm here to speak on what seems to be a popular subject, the Ag Preservation Program plan that was presented. As some people have already mentioned, the designation of prime farmland or grade 1 soils or various other things from the farmland program does not guarantee that it's agriculturally viable land. And that can depend on a lot of factors, how close it is to the city, how large the property is, whether there's other properties near it that someone else can farm as a whole group. I've done work in the county, and so we've had to deal with this quite often on subdivisions in the county a little differently than in the city. But like I said, that it's not a black and white issue whether a piece of farmland is viable for agricultural. But my biggest question is, which has also been brought up, is the indication that the mitigation land should be within the planning area. You don't have a whole lot of properties within the planning area that first off, we're going to qualify, but also I think it's going to create, one, it's going to inflate the prices of those properties because all of a sudden they're artificially attractive, but then ultimately you're going to create a buffer of a property that really can't be farmed because it'll be too close to the city or not big enough. And who's going to maintain it? Is this lists the city as one of the possible maintainers for that agricultural program. You do have San Benito Land Trust here, who is more, I think, already in the process of doing that job, would probably be a better person to do that job. But I think that mitigation land should be out in the county in a place where it can remain in farming forever. The reality is within the planning area is land that's going to be annexed ultimately into the city. It doesn't make sense to preserve that as ag land. Several times during the presentation tonight, it was said this was based on direction from city council. This was based on direction from city council. However, I think we all know there's been a big change in city council in the last 6 months. And I would request some of this direction be relooked at because I don't think that direction has happened since the change. That's all I have.
Thank you.
Thank you. The final speaker card I have for people in the room, and then I'll move to the Zoom, is Christina Chavez Wyatt.
Good evening, Chair Henderson, planning commissioners, staff members, neighbors. My name is Christina Chavez Wyatt. I'm a resident of the city of Hollister, and I'm a consulting manager for the San Benito County Business Council. Established in 2001, the Business Council is a 501c6 nonprofit member-based organization representing over 45 local and regional municipal agencies, businesses, trade organizations, and major employers, representing more than 6,000 employees in San Benito County, the Monterey Bay, and the South Bay region. In our comments that were brought up by the consultant, I would like to echo a few of those and echo a few of others that were brought forth by my neighbors. There has been a major lack of community outreach and true engagement as described in the consultant's scope of work, including 2 large community outreach events referred to in the scope, presentations, staff reports. Many of our residents, as you know, lack access to the internet, lack knowledge on how to operate Zoom, might be speaking a second language, and in many cases were unaware that the virtual meetings were taking place. And unfortunately, on several occasions, community members that posed questions and concerns at the virtual general plan public advisory committee members were rebuffed, ignored, and subjected to condescending behavior by GPAC members. We respectfully request and support the city's efforts to host at least one large-scale in-person community workshop to present the draft general plan, the EIR, and the other plans, including a simple general plan 101. What is it? How does it work? Even Christina is a new planning commissioner. We don't know how much she knows. And we want to make sure that we have a forum where people can have their questions asked and be answered in a protected environment. In many cases in our community, stakeholder, specifically importantly, those involved in active agriculture, including the Farm Bureau, were not targeted for outreach or engagement. Please conduct this engagement to inform and encourage community participation. Additional consideration we asked to be made for habitat conservation and mitigation already in place in our community. And additional consideration may also be revisited for joining the county's efforts underway to develop a habitat conservation plan. Consider extending the sphere of influence, excuse me, outward to the urban service area as been repeated. And consider a 1-to-1 ag policy mitigation ratio as it best adheres to 1.3.7, maintaining productive and viable ag land. Additionally, any lands within the plan that have low density zoning other than ag can't be rezoned or downzoned, as ag investments have and planning have been placed for other uses. As Skip and Joe referred to, ag lands are only productive and viable for ag production if the commodities are marketable, when food safety plans can be implemented, and where adequate high quality water is available. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. We'll move to the Zoom. Give me one moment. The first person from the Zoom will have Dennis Martin. Dennis.
Good evening, Chair and Commissioners. I'm Dennis Martin, speaking on behalf of BIA Bay Area. I call your attention to our letter of comment previously submitted to the record and summarized a bit, at least, by Mr. Early. BIA is very concerned that this plan, produced under previous political leadership and a GPAC focused on slow growth, will not serve Hollister in the long run in terms of housing and commercial growth. But we do appreciate that a lot of hard work has gone in by community, by staff, and we appreciate the thoughtfulness that has gone into this draft general plan. It is clear that the city wants to head in the direction of more density, taller buildings, and intensified commercial activity. And that's, to a certain extent, understandable reaction to the state and local political pressure to grow in a more compact and efficient manner. To be clear, BIA members are mostly interested in building for sale housing. The preferred products that BIA members want to build are single-family detached between 4 and 10 units an acre, and single-family attached units up to approximately 20 units an acre. This is the sweet spot, and we believe that this is Hollister's future in terms of most of the development, especially within the city limits. Our members would love to continue to build in Hollister. All that we ask is that the city accommodates sufficient land in the sphere of influence and policy flexibility to foster healthy home ownership markets. Embedded in this draft plan are several problematic policies, including 20% inclusionary housing, a 2-for-1 ag mitigation policy, an overly expansive rigid ag buffer zone, and the redesignation of residential land use designation parcels to ag. We respect the Planning Commission's role, and we request that you thoroughly deliberate these and other challenging policies in the draft general plan before you recommend it to the City Council for adoption. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next speaker online will be Matt Knorr. Matt, go ahead and you should be able to unmute yourself.
Good evening, Honorable Chair and fellow commissioners. My name is Matt Knorr with the Erasmo Group, and speaking on behalf of Right 13 LLC and Felipe 9 LLC. As a planning commissioner myself, I can appreciate all the effort and time you, city staff, and the city's consultants have put into the general plan process to date. I know all the information being presented to you can be a lot to take in. I applaud you and the city for taking a proactive look at how changing land use, emerging industries, technology, retail demand, housing needs, transportation improvements, demographic trends, and responsible and managed city growth will be addressed in the coming years. Since 2017, we have owned our Right 13 and Felipe 9 properties, totaling a combined 25 acres in the northern portion of the city, currently in the North Gateway Commercial Zoning District. During that time, we have pursued development strategies that are intended to realize the vision of the city's general plan and zoning code. During that same period of time, however, we have observed a changing opportunity set that reduced demand for certain approved uses and increased demand for uses that are either very similar to the existing approved uses in the North Gateway zone or consistent with certain rezoning that's proposed by the current draft general plan update. As you're aware, we did submit a comment letter to on the general draft plan in June and believe it's concluded in your packet tonight for reference. While the city's consultant briefly touched upon it, I would like to take this opportunity to further elaborate on some of those specific comments. The first comment I'd like to connect with you on is similar to public comments you've heard tonight from others towards the goal of achieving immediate economic development opportunities for the city and our 25 acres. We'd encourage you to please consider amending or expanding allowable uses in the North Gateway zoning to include the following complementary uses, such as research and development, creative flex office makerspace, life sciences related facilities, including but not limited to manufacturing, fulfillment, services, logistics, wholesaling and distribution, e-commerce related facilities, robotic related facilities, computer, artificial and technology related facilities, and data centers. All of these uses I just noted are not mentioned in the current zoning code, but are consistent with the existing spirit and intent of the North Gateway zone. In many cases, these uses are the result of technology or trends that did not exist at the time of the last general plan update. The allowance of these uses within the North Gateway will foster an attractive entry to the city, and as consistent with the the goal of job creation in the North Gateway district, this proposal will create
Mr. Nord, the time's up.
and highly paying jobs. Lastly, if I may just have one other comment is in regards to some of the
Mr. Nord, the time ran out, sorry.
Okay, thank you.
The final speaker, oh, no, I have another hand after this. So the next speaker will be Michael Anderson.
Good evening, Chair Anderson and Planning Commissioners. Can you hear me okay?
We can, go
Yes, we
ahead.
can.
You have 3 minutes.
Okay, great. Thank you. My name is Michael Anderson with Anderson Homes. At the city's May 18th workshop on the general plan update, the city's consultant indicated the city was considering terminating the urban service area. And tonight there were additional comments regarding services within the urban service area. Our Santana Ranch development along Fairview Road and Sunny Slope Road is in the county adjacent to the city of Hollister and within the city's urban service area. For nearly a decade, Santana Ranch has received wastewater service from the city of Hollister. The purpose of my comments is to request that the proposed updated general plan make clear that regardless of the ultimate fate of the city's urban service area, the city will not revoke services from developments already receiving utility services from the city. I also wanted to give you a brief history of our project. In 2010, the county approved Santana Ranch, which includes 1,092 residential units, a school, parks, and commercial. In 2012, LAFCO approved a resolution expanding the city's wastewater services into the urban service area, which includes Santana Ranch. In 2013, the city of Hollister provided a letter acknowledging Santana Ranch is within the urban service area and is eligible to receive sewer service. In 2018, the city's sanitary sewer collection master plan identifies Santana Ranch as an approved development that will receive city sewer service. Today, Santana Ranch is about 2/3 completed. We are very proud of the community we have created at Santana Ranch, which includes a mix of housing styles, apartments, parks, and a school, all of which receive the city's wastewater services. We appreciate the working relationship we have with city staff and look forward to continuing to work with the city as we complete the project. We submitted a letter to the city on June 15th that goes into more detail. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker online will be Paul Ravella.
Good evening, Chairman and Planning Commissioners. My name is Paul Ravella. I'm a resident of the unincorporated area, but I am a business owner in the city of Hollister, and I represent numerous clients within the city's planning area and beyond. The reason I'm speaking here today, I echo a number of the comments that have already been made by Ms. Hall, Mr. Clower, Mr. Tanasha. And I'd like to expand on one other point, and that would be, and I know staff has already worked extremely hard on this plan, and I'd like to beg one additional favor of them, and that being a review of the proposed zoning boundaries as well as the sphere of influence. I am aware personally of at least two distinct instances where either the sphere of influence or a zoning district intersects a single property. You'll have urban or a residential designation on one part of the property and an agricultural designation on the other part of the exact same property. Similarly, there are situations, at least one in North Hollister, where the sphere of influence intersects a single property. I'd like to request that that PlaceWorks work with staff, and I'm happy to volunteer my time as well to identify these properties and to make sure that a single property is not intersected by either a zoning district or the sphere of influence. Presumably that the entire property be included in whichever the proposed zoning district or sphere of influence it is proposed. The second thing is that I'd like to comment on is that the areas within the sphere of influence be looked at. There was an indication by Mr. Early, or a comment by Mr. Early in his presentation, that they are proposing zoning in areas where an existing use already exists. I think it should be considered that the surrounding areas be taken into account as well, particularly in the situation of Bertuccio Corners, where there's residential densities to the south, to the north, and where the county has designated urban uses to the west. And so a situation like that, it does not make sense to designate that property as agricultural when everything around it is either existing or proposed urban or residential uses. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have no other speaker cards and no other hands raised in the virtual audience.
Okay, thank you. So now, before we start to deliberate, make comments on this, Commissioner Ross, you mentioned you might have some questions after the public comments. I want to give you the opportunity to ask any questions if you have any.
Mr. Chair, should we, or to the city attorney, should we formally close the public comment period?
Yes, I mean, this was agendized as a public hearing, but for all intents and purposes, you're not making a decision tonight, so it's not actually a public hearing, but yes, you could do that.
Okay, I'll close the public comment at 7:56 p.m. Thank you.
I did have some questions. So is it necessary to change the land use designation? The GPLU density?
I think your question, I'm not sure I understand the question. You are not required, the word necessary to me means, is it required? It is required by law that you have a general plan. It is required by law that you have general plan land use designations. and those must include densities. There is no legal requirement, say from the state, that you make any changes to the designations or the densities that appear in your general plan today.
Okay. Thank you.
And if I could request Commissioner Ross to speak into the microphone. No worries. You just tap to turn it on as well.
You'll see a green light when it's on.
Are we gonna be going through section by section? Cause I can.
Yeah,
Oh,
I think we're gonna take it topic by topic,
Sure.
so,
Okay.
yeah.
That was a main question right now. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. So I think since there was so many comments touching on it, I think a good topic to touch first would be the ag question. Is that okay?
Mhm.
All right. So does anyone have any comments on? Go ahead, please.
My microphone's on. I'll agree with Ann Hall. I would go with 2-to-1 if we were gonna locate the preserved land in the county. But I really think if you're just gonna limit it to the city area, 1-on-1, and the reason I say that, and I'm an Aggie, but we're talking urban now. We're a small city. We don't just do ag anymore. So I think the 1-to-1 is good, because I did read a letter from a gentleman that commented, why are they having to mitigate more than what they're using? So I'm comfortable with the 1-on-1 if it's in the sphere of influence. But I can go make a recommendation for 2-to-1 if you want to locate ag preservation outside of the county. I think that's a great idea. I'll note here also that the county itself is
You mean outside the city, right?
what's that?
You
They're
mean-
located outside the city.
Outside the city,
Yeah.
okay.
And I'll just note here that the county is a 1-to-1 ratio. So I don't think the city, being the size we are and with limited room, so our city limits are not out where they should be. I think the 1-on-1 is doable and the 2-to-1 is infeasible. And that's my comment on ag preservation.
Through the chair, could I clarify one item?
Yes, go ahead.
Eve and I were discussing this for a moment, whispering. Yeah, that it sounds like some of the commenters were confused about the ag requirement relative to the sphere of influence versus the planning area. And I can put a map up if it's useful, but the general plan does, as I mentioned in my comments, the general plan has a planning area. Maybe you can find that map. The planning area is, I would call it, significantly larger than the proposed sphere. And the requirement is that any preserved ag lands be inside the planning area. That could include lands inside the sphere, but I think it would be most likely that they would be lands outside the sphere and inside the planning area. So that is land that's completely under county control. This general plan does not foresee that that land would be annexed or developed, at least under city auspices. And my opinion is that it's a relatively good sized area. So on the map now, it's everything that you see there in purple and dark green. I don't know
Yeah,
if-
inside this dark purple line, so the kind of darker shaded, and then that is the planning area. So on your general plan land use map, it's all of the colored area,
And so,
and the sphere is this yellow area.
yeah, the red line, if I'm not mistaken, show, oh, that's.
No, that's
so
it's this
that-
dark
yeah,
dash
dash
purple.
line.
Is it?
So it is,
Mm.
I mean, I'm not trying to set policy here, obviously, but I just want to make sure everyone understands. Some of the comments seem to be saying it doesn't make sense to require the mitigation be inside the sphere. And we're not requiring, as proposed, the proposal does not require that the mitigation lands be inside the sphere. It requires that the mitigation lands be inside that larger planning area. Now, some people may say that that planning area is too small, that that you want even further out. I don't know if then the alternative would be anywhere in the county or anywhere in California. You would want to specify that, but we felt we needed to choose something that was relatively close to Hollister. And that was sort of the largest geography we had available to us was the planning area. So you certainly can go larger, but I want to make sure that there's not misunderstanding. We're not trying to say it's inside the sphere, as some of the commenters said. the proposal would be that mitigation lands must be inside the planning area.
And just to be clear for the public, so the planning area, it looks like on the southwest, that's the river? Is that diagonal line, is that the river?
The river runs a little bit inside, Chairperson Henderson. The river, if anyone can see my map, it kind of runs along where the red line of the urban service areas, I would say, was a pretty good estimate. The planning area does extend further southwest.
About a mile
Okay,
outside the.
so it
beyond
probably
the
gets
river.
to the hills, I would assume?
Yeah, it gets about to the edges of the hills.
Okay, and then on the east side, there's a couple, rectangular borders there, so.
Yes, on the east side, for some reference, if you can see the yellow dashed line here on the east, this is Fairview Road and this is the Sphere. So the planning area does extend significantly far out. I believe this is, John Smith Road down in this area. Here and to the south, this is Tres Pinos, if my mouse is here on Highway 25, where the little 25 is. So that darker area is the current proposal of where the lands could potentially be.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for your input.
You're welcome.
All right. Yes, go ahead.
Okay, so from what I'm hearing, there's a lot that goes on here. I mean, the attractiveness of Hollister is definitely the agriculture. And I'm hearing a lot about viability of ag land as well. And would it be possible for us to then change some of those density growth and planning to be further away from ag land to keep that ag land more viable?
Yeah, I'll defer that to staff. Yeah.
Well, just a brief primer on these issues. The general plan begins with an understanding of what's already urbanized today or developed today within the city. And that obviously extends, as in most of the buff colored areas on that map, goes out to Fairview Road. The Santana Ranch area has been urbanized or developed under county auspices. So we've already considered all of that. The way development today generally occurs is in one of two or three ways. One is through infill, and we have identified the capacity for quite a bit of infill inside the area already developed. Some of that would be on actual vacant land that is surrounded by developed land, but is today vacant. There are other places, for instance, right in the downtown, and some of the previous packing areas a little bit to the east of the downtown. Uses have been developed there, but they're currently relatively low intensity. So we've identified those as potential redevelopment areas with a small r for differing kinds of development. So that's all been taken into account. And in fact, I think it's fair to say that the previous GPAC, Planning Commission, and City Council really asked us to emphasize those lands only. That's one of the ways that additional development occurs. One of the places is inside that existing area. So that, I think that's part of the answer to your question is, yes, that's already being considered. We were also directed, well, the second way that development occurs is at the edges. And I said two or three, because that can either be immediately at the edge, or sometimes there might be a new development further out from the current edge, and then things get filled in between. And there have been a number of comments made here this evening that there has been some new development allowed, particularly by the county, a little farther afield. There's a proposal for the community college. There's a potential high school. Those might be relatively far away. If those move forward, that then creates what some people call a leapfrog pattern. And then some people then come back and say, well, you've already developed out here. Let's develop in between also. So again, those two conditions, which are kind of similar, are both what some people call greenfield development or development on existing ag lands or undeveloped lands at the edges, either right at the edge or further out. It is certainly possible to designate more of those lands, either immediately at the edge or further out towards some of those other uses, and get them designated for development as well. But I think that would be different from your question, which was, is it possible to keep the development closer to the existing development and further away from the farmland. That's really what the draft plan does today. And we've certainly heard from a number of speakers today, not necessarily the people who are at other meetings, but speakers today have said, we really think you should allow more development further out, either right at the edge, from the edge out, or even beyond the edge in some of these slightly more remote areas. So I hope that answers your question.
Good, yes. Mm-hmm.
Getting on where I feel like we're gonna slide what should we call the council does. I still think the 1 and 1 is sufficient for the expectation. I just don't see why we would do more than the county. If they're an 8 county, if there we're gonna do 1 and 1. I think do 1. So I'm gonna hold my down there and say 1 to 1 in case that absolutely.
Thank you. Any other comments regarding the ratio for ag?
I think it
Ag
should be 2
mitigation?
to 1.
2 to 1, okay. Any other, so where do you stand? Corona? 1 to 1, okay. Okay, go ahead.
I'm sorry, was that Commissioner Corona who said 1 to 1?
Yes.
Okay.
Could you explain again one more time the process of expanding the sphere of influence? Who does it? How often it's done? And how it can be done even from the public?
Right, okay. So I'm not an expert on this. Others here might add more, but I don't believe that a member of the public can initiate a request. The 2 ways a request gets initiated are either that the LAFCO itself initiates something because the LAFCO discovers in its own findings that it believes land should be added to the sphere or annexed to the city, and that's much less frequent than the other way, which is that the agency itself, which in this case is the city, would make a request. And I say the agency because the LAFCO also oversees other kinds of districts. They don't oversee school districts, but they do oversee sewer districts, water districts, community service districts, and other types of other agencies, what are called special districts. So either the city or a special district would initiate a request, and that can be a request either to enlarge the sphere or to annex land that's inside the sphere. I believe, ironically, you can't ask for both at the same time. You have to first ask that the sphere be expanded, and then if the land's in the sphere, you you being the city, can separately ask then that the land be annexed. And that's a request, an application is filed by the city. It goes to LAFCO. LAFCO has staff. That staff processes it. The staff determines if a municipal service review is either in place or is required. The MSR, if it's needed, is written, or perhaps there's one already on file. And then the staff brings that request or proposal from, in this case, the city, to the LAFCO board, and the LAFCO board votes on it.
I think you're right.
I would just add that I believe certainly for annexation, I'm not certain for a sphere of influence amendment, but there is a process, and it is an uncommon process, but there is a process for property owners to do a protest to be annexed.
Oh, right. Yes, property owners can protest. They can't propose, but before.
No, they can apply.
Okay.
Yes, it's not common.
Okay.
So you're right in that it's usually initiated by a jurisdiction.
And there is a process by which a property owner can object or protest. And even after the annexation has been approved, it can be referended by property owners in the area and can actually be reversed under a vote. And the votes occur both based on number of people living in the area, if it's above a certain threshold, or it's based on acreage, acres owned, if the number of people living in the area is small enough. So, so a vote can occur in either way under a protest, and it can actually reverse the action that the LAFCO takes.
Let me add this for you also, and somebody asked the question about the sphere of influence, not trying to jump around, but it's been 12 years since LAFCO has reviewed the sphere of influence, from what I understand.
Thank you for that. Commissioner Belong, what are your feelings on the ratio for the mitigation?
I'm leaning the 1-to-1. I feel 2-to-1 is like we're reinventing the wheel here. What was the insight on why it went 2-to-1?
If I recall, I think it was similar to what one of the commenters mentioned, is that it would be preserving more of the ag land. I think it was described as if you are doing 1 acre and you're preserving 1 acre, you're losing 50% of the ag. This was a 1/3. So I believe there was a desire from the previous council and direction to preserve as much as possible. It is not a mitigation, as David might be able to explain more if you care to the legal details, but it doesn't count as mitigation. It's still a significant loss in the eyes of the environmental CEQA state. So they would still have to prepare an environmental impact report at that point if you are losing ag land. This doesn't count as mitigation that allows you to, from a CEQA perspective, write a negative declaration or something like that. So it's a significant loss of unmitigatable loss to develop ag land.
Yeah, I might just add, I get, I'm not the GPAC member, the planning commissioner, the council member, but I think another thought that we heard from various people was that a lot of ag has already been lost through urbanization that's happened here over the last many decades. And so we want to try and turn that around and actually create a situation in which a larger amount of land in and relatively close to Hollister's urbanized area will be preserved, and to create something, one might call it a green belt or a buffer area around the city, and to do that more expeditiously than would happen at 1-to-1, to do it at 2-to-1 instead. And then finally, I think another perspective, I know we've heard perhaps different things here tonight from some of the property owners, but there was also a thought that the amount of value being generated through urbanization or development far outweighs the value of the land as ag land. So that to ask for that 2-to-1 dedication, it's not a huge financial drain on the project. If the value of an acre goes up by, say, 10 times by virtue of being urbanized or developed, asking for 2 acres to be developed when you've had a 10-fold increase elsewhere, it's only 2, it's not 10. So I think those were some of the other thoughts, just in terms of trying to answer your question.
Thank you.
So have there been any farmers that have, in the county that have already sold their rights for their land to be developed? Has this even happened?
The city doesn't, as you're maybe aware, we don't have a current program or policy requirement. So
okay, what about the county? Do we know?
I'm not certain.
Okay.
I know that there are organizations like the Ag Land Trust that does this type of work. So I'm sure there are conservation easements existing in the county and in our nearby counties, but I'm not aware of any in particular that the city has. I will add one clarification point that right around when I started 5 years ago and kind of during the process of my tenure here at the city, there's one project area, which is the Chapel Road Master Plan area, where there was an EIR study done for that area. And a 1-to-1 ratio was the mitigation strategy identified in that EIR. And I think that was kind of the first concept of this in relatively recent times in the city. And I think that probably helped spur this conversation as part of the general plan discussion, as well as having a program where this is required every time ag land is
And Eva,
converted.
can I just ask you said you're not aware of other purchases having happened, but under that Chapel Road project, did they actually move the project forward and acquire?
The project is moving forward. It does have approvals from the Planning Commission that were relatively recently approved, and it is in the development process with the civils. So nothing has been purchased at this time, but that is something that will be required before they can develop, is to likely pay an in lieu fee for the ultimate purchase of conservation easements elsewhere at a 1-to-1 ratio. That's actively happening, but they haven't been purchased because it's not fully developed yet.
Okay, thank you. Well, just in interest of time, we already have 3 in favor of 1-to-1. I'm also in favor of 1-to-1. So I think that'll be our guidance on that issue. So I think another ag related issue that we can talk about would be I guess the automatic zoning that's happening with I guess I asked a question about this where if you're looking at the actual use happening right now and changing it to ag, just because it happens to be a ag land right now. So like, for example, the Buena Vista Road, there's some properties that were commented on where they were previously low density residential, and then they're now under the new plan, they're being asked to, or they're being designated as ag. So I think we can talk about that. So
So I'm well aware of what happened on Buena Vista. Did you know that Buena Vista Road has one of our 3 major gas lines going down it? It has electrical on the north side of Buena Vista, all the way down to Barracini. It has water on the south side of Buena Vista, all the way to Barracini. That land, those lands were always slated for future development. Remember that this is a 2040 plan. I'm not telling you to put it in and develop it right away. And Joe Tanash is here to tell you sometimes farming doesn't mix with residential. You should listen. He's a farmer, a big time farmer. So, and I respect him. So if he's telling me it's not working, it's not working. And farming's tough when you're mixing it with urban. Not to mention their hands are tied with pesticide spraying. It's a whole ball game to do that. So one other thing on Buena Vista. What the heck, an HDR across from that school? On Mark Gibson's property, does Mr. Gibson know that you're going to general plan his property to HDR? You know what that HDR is? That HDR is RENA numbers. It's not feasible. It'll never get built. And that's why we're going to fail in our RENA numbers, because you cannot build that there. Just shove it down a little bit where it's doggone by the 156, because hey, that's what AMBAG said we're supposed to be doing. Now, do they want that big giant 6-story, 60 density units for density 60? No. And we know it's not going to go there. So don't put that there just to make numbers for RENA. I'd like that changed. I recommend myself that gets removed and move it down or eliminate it altogether. It was inappropriate. And I'm going to talk with Mark Gibson, because I don't know if he knows that between now and when we get going. So on Buena Vista, I like, so we know that Buena Vista Road, let's just get over here real quick. It has a special planning area. Buena Vista, the last sentence in that is a policy. 3.4.3. The purpose of this special planning area is to encourage residential uses along Buena Vista Road. Doesn't say ag land. I don't know why you would do that. I know why you did it. It's wrong. I'll never recommend that stay the way it is. You have all the services there. We're going to waste that when we don't have services everywhere where people really want them. But here we have them right here. All 3 entities, PG&E no less. And we're going to say no. So I don't like what happened there. And I don't like the HDR across from Calavera School, because it's never going to be built. People aren't going to get their kids, and people don't, they pick their kids up in school, and they, I know what they're thinking too. Well, it's walkable. Well, sure, it's walkable, but people pick their kids up in school and off they go to daycare or after school program, and they don't really go home with them because a lot of people work, right? So I think the walkability in that case is not really a case. Buena Vista Road. And I
Through the
want you to
chair,
know
could
that-
could I ask
Yes.
Commissioner Lennar and then others to clarify one other thing?
Okay.
If you look at that Buena Vista Road area, there's both the parcels that face Buena Vista Road. Can you point at them? But then there's also parcels further north that are also colored green, that are both north of the already urbanized areas and also north of the area that Commissioner Lennar is talking about. And I'm just wondering if, for the record, if you could clarify, are your comments
Okay.
specifically about the parcels facing Buena Vista Road, or do they extend all the way up to the green band that
We used to
Eva
call
has a
it the
cursor?
pole line road. So that's the pole line road.
Yeah, so.
And that's where, that's where the sphere of influence line should be, up there.
So you-
But I'm
your
talking
comments-
about Buena Vista Road frontage. It all's gonna front on Buena Vista. You might have some new street here and there. But yeah, Buena Vista Road frontage. Cause you took all the LDR away and made it ag land.
Right, so Commissioner
Yes,
Lennar, the
yes.
area that on your map is yellow colored north of that high density residential site, for example, that
That-
whole band through there. Are you also wanting that to become higher residential densities?
Yes, you want to know why? Because that's what should have been going next, instead of regressing and taking the ag land away here. We should have been, what the heck? What don't we get? You
Okay.
keep leaving it open ag land in the county without that coverage of sphere of influence. You're just inviting the county. I love the county. It's not a slam to them. But the fact is the planning is choking us off. We need urban planning out here. And I think you should listen to the property owners that are out here, and they've made it clear that they do not want that ag land. Doesn't mean they're gonna develop right now, but doggone, they already have some probably monies invested. And you took it away from here and you put it over here and you put it over here and you put it over here, all under the guise of HDR. No, I don't like it. So I'd like to see the LDR go all the way to the pole line and get that sphere of influence out. That's just me. So Buena Vista Road, that's what I got.
I agree. So maybe we can cover Buena Vista right now with the zoning and the sphere of influence.
Oh, well, I already said it.
Yeah,
You want control? Don't gripe about the county doing stuff. If you're not gonna take control and make it clear that that's off, that they can't do that. And I know it's a fight. It's been a fight for decades, but we gotta get a grip on it. We don't need another Santana Ranch out there. Get it in the city. It only makes sense. I want control. So the sphere of influence line needs to go up to the pole line and all the way out to 156.
I have a question. What are you referring to as the pole line?
That's up here. It's right behind the city limit line, right behind these parcels all along here. And here's Buena Vista, and it's all the parcels back in here, because that should be the logical expansion instead of regressing.
So, and for the record, on the map on the screen, it's the place where the green meets the gray.
Yeah, those maps are worthless for me. I'm sorry. They're ridiculously little. And all those colors you have, they're so similar. I had to write on the map. If you could just put the zoning designation on the map like it should be and forget all those colors, it would be really helpful. You really
So-
got to be careful when you're looking at this map because the colors are similar.
So that's my next question, Councilman, or, sorry, Commissioner Lenore.
Yes.
You were talking about HDR in that area, and I see that it's much lower than Buena Vista.
No, it's right across from Calaveras School.
I think that's MDR.
That's HDR.
Yes, so the proposal in the current general plan for these, I believe it's 5 parcels here along Buena Vista Road that are currently in the sphere of influence, is to change them from MDR to HDR so they're currently designated medium density in the current 2005 general plan. The proposed designation was high density residential. And then everywhere that's green outside the sphere of influence in the proposed general plan is currently low density residential. Where my pointer is, I could be incorrect on those ones, but because they have a change, I'm going to assume that I'm correct. So the recommendation, as I'm hearing, is that the green be low density and the high density be low density.
not necessarily. I like medium density residential.
Okay, so to retain medium here as currently in the general plan.
HDR. I like
and-
medium density. It's just doable. This HDR is not feasible. Economically, building, no contractor is gonna touch that. And then the LDR, MDR, if you're the planners, do something. Show me something better than ag land right there, where all the services are, and then I'll consider it. I'm not a planning consultant. I just know that this is a waste of land right here. The city can't just give it all away like that. How the heck you ever gonna meet Rena and future Rena if you don't start expanding?
So
You're gonna
Commissioner
really box
Leonard,
yourself into a corner.
to summarize what I hear you saying, that the high density you're recommending that the high density residential portion on Buena Vista Road be changed back to medium density residential, which I think it currently is now. You're also recommending a change, an expansion of the sphere to
line.
basically to the current urban service area to the north,
That's correct.
to include what is currently what we have showing green. And then
And then move
to
that
consider,
surface area line out there to match Wright Road.
okay,
Pull your urban service area out, pull your sphere of influence out. Again, it's about control.
you're talking the urban service area to where the on the map up here where Eva's got the cursor.
Yeah, because I had thought you were
Yeah.
saying to extend it to pole line only. You want to extend the sphere to right?
No, I want to do the urban service, the planning area to right and the sphere of influence right there on the pole line.
Well, the planning area is everything that's colored on this map. So. you-
Okay. So what am I trying to say? What's the brown line?
That's the urban service area that we're really not discussing in the general.
Yeah,
plan
the
because
urban service
So
area,
is it moot or not?
the urban service area is moot, in my opinion.
Okay.
The
So I
sphere of
would say
influence.
extend the sphere of influence out to the top there.
Okay,
to
and then,
match Wright Road.
and then your recommendation is to maintain in where it's green currently to some type of residential,
Yeah,
whatever makes
A
sense.
mix,
That's what I hear.
mixed uses,
Right.
mixed
But
uses.
so I,
You
now
can
I
even
still,
put an HDR over here,
Right.
it'd be awesome, because it might be able to be built also next to the highway. But stick it over here across from Calavera School, I don't see it.
so,
Never gonna
but,
happen.
so now I have two follow-up questions. Are
Okay.
you wanting to see an ag designation between pole line and right? Or if between pole line and right, do you want us to also propose residential designation?
I think it's time to propose residential units because that's what we should have been talking about now instead of having to fight our way back down Buena Vista Road. So now I want it all.
So you'd like it to see residential designations all the way to right?
Not just residential. How about some mixed use and some commercial?
Okay, so you'd like us to create additional concepts for that?
Absolutely.
And that was my second,
Side of town needs a pharmacy. Somebody needs to do some commercial over there next to the 156, and then you would pull traffic off of there.
yeah, right. And so that's the other thing I'm hearing you say is that out near where Wright and Buena Vista come towards 156, you
Yeah.
can imagine higher densities and mixed use.
Yes,
Okay,
because that's what AMVAG's telling you to do. And a school. Yeah, of course we need schools. I don't be stupid to think I want more houses and we don't have schools and doggone it. And the developers will bring you the school site and they might even build it. Start treating them like they're worth something and you would be amazed what you could get out of them. They just built you a school in Santana Ranch. Let them build you one on Buena Vista. Yeah. Well, they kind of did. They were the reason you got the school there, and it was needed because you put a huge subdivision there. So I know I get passionate. I just didn't like that regressing. So now I want to do what more because that regressed. And I just want to do planning. I just want to do planning. It doesn't hurt to do planning. This is a 2040 general plan. Let's take control of our outskirts. Or quit crying about the county building in our outskirts. I don't want to hear it anymore. You don't do something about it. And I've been saying this for the last few years, and now I'm saying it here. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you very much. So is there Is there a consensus from the commission on the recommendations from Commissioner Lenore?
Hey, you guys can do your own thing. I'm just telling you what I'd like to see.
Yeah.
No pressure on anybody.
And that's moving the sphere of influence to Wright Road.
Yes, that's what I heard.
Yep. Got a huge planning area. That would look really good. That would be nice.
And you're also suggesting that we stay with the LDR designation,
No. I want to see
but
some,
not go to ag.
yeah, I want it out of ag.
Okay.
Cause ag out there is done. Not when you have all those services out there and you're next to a highway. They won't even have to go through town to commute, just out. So there's no impact there for traffic, because if they're commuters, they're gonna go that way. They're not gonna go to town. And like I said, I think it's time to move that line, that sphere of influence line. And I heard it from other folks. We're choking ourselves in. We need to expand.
Yeah, so just for the record, I think what Commissioner Lennar has clearly said is that she would like to see staff and consultants come back with a set of urban uses with an emphasis on low density residential, but some medium, some mixed use,
No,
some
not an
stores.
emphasis. Uneven.
Okay,
Okay,
a mixed
and-
use residential project with both mixed use and residential extending from Buena Vista all the way up to Wright.
Commercial component
And
and a school
extend,
site.
right, and extending from 25 all the way out to 156.
Maybe we should find a piece of property out here we can designate public. So that we could plan for a future school.
Well, if I may, through the chair, you actually cannot do that because that's a
Okay.
taking. So
Okay. But we can take their LDR away.
you can negotiate. with
I got
them
it. I
That
got it.
they will dedicate
Yeah,
some of that LDR land for a school.
There's
You-
room.
And you can make a general plan policy that says, we're going to aim to have a school in this area, but you can't designate a specific.
And I don't
parcel
speak for the
as
schools.
public.
Maybe they're not interested in that, but if they were, I would support it.
Well, you do actually have a letter from the high school district
Yes.
specifically asking for reservation of a school site in that area.
You know, people think the high school district is against development and they are not. They're not. They'll tell you that.
So I'm sorry, I
They
just
know.
tried to say that as succinctly as possible so the other four commissioners
Okay.
can comment on it. Again, it's to have a mixed use set of designations that extend from Buena Vista up to Wright and from 25 all the way to 156.
And a requirement of a specific plan, because that's where you get the good planning. So that should have a specific plan overlay. I'm not afraid of doing planning and making people do what they need to do to make it good for us. But doggone it, I want them to have a fair chance, and we step all over our development community, and it's not just out of town. Got so much trades here. You know how much trades we have in Hollister? Plumbers and electrical and carpet and everything. We need to keep them moving. That's how you make a healthy community.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So I also, I wanted to make sure that we covered the Gomes.
Well, can I find out, do we have more than one commissioner in favor of that thing that Carol and I have both summarized? Is that, do the other commissioners want to go on
well,
record about it?
Before we do that, I wanted to make sure that the Gomes property issue was addressed also by what Carol has
I believe
Commissioner
the
Lenore
Gomes
has.
property is one of the properties that Carol's talked about. I'm seeing heads,
Yeah.
so yes.
Okay, so that the Gomes property was trying to be made ag, but they want to keep it low density.
Right, and that would,
Okay,
what
and that's
Commissioner
covered.
Lennar has said,
Maybe they
that's
would
consistent.
consider an MDR. I think they
Right.
just want the options.
Yeah, they just want, yeah,
They
so
want
they
options.
don't want to be forced to be ag, so,
Right.
okay. Yeah, so that's covered. So I agree with what Commissioner Lenore has outlined. So I'll give fellow commissioners to weigh in.
I'm in favor.
Also in favor.
All right.
Was that, I'm sorry, Commissioner Corona said yes? Yeah, okay.
And David, let me add that it's not a reflection on you and your company. We know what you were directed to do.
Oh, thank
All
you.
right, so I
I'm
do
not
not
taking any
blame
of this personally.
For any of this, you got direction, and I knew it was an issue then, and now I'm having to deal with it, which I didn't know I was gonna be doing. I thought I was done, but I couldn't just turn my back on the city. I truly want a good plan.
I'd like to comment, please. So, there is a school there, so, I'm not quite sure what other school you would like to have built there. But I would like to say that any developments should include a school in their plans. I am opposed to increasing the sphere of influence. In the city council meeting we just had on Monday, we were talking about the sewage and the capacity, and I don't think we should be increasing our sphere of influence at this time. We're dealing with just sewage in itself. So that's my vote on that.
Okay, thank you for those comments. So I think the consensus, we've established the consensus of the planning commission on that issue. So next topic. I'm drawing a blank. So what can we cover next? Let me check my notes.
Maybe instead of chopping it up like that, maybe we should address general plan designations instead of individual elements. I'm not sure how to do that, but I definitely have more comment on placement of other HDR. So do we just wait till we get to that area?
Well, I'm not sure if we should be talking about, I mean, I originally was talking about ag and then it kind of morphed into the Buena Vista discussion. So we
Because you
could,
asked for comment.
right, and it's fine. I just wanted to clarify, we could go by topic again,
Okay.
or we could talk about specific areas. So either one. Let me check my notes again.
Most of my comments are obviously on land use.
I did have a question. It might be jumping around. But the arts and culture element, is there a plan for funding that?
I think the short answer is no. There are a number of programs and actions in there. A number of them could be completed by city staff, but I know city staff has already got a lot going on in all the various departments. So it would probably take action by the city council to reappropriate funds to make sure that those things could be implemented at the staff level.
So when I was working on the Arts and Culture Commission, we actually came up with the Civic Art Fund, and it was an impact fee. So 1% of development would go into the Civic Art Fund. And I think that would be a really great way to meet this goal and vision that our community has. And it's already been fleshed out through legal and through the Arts and Culture Commission. And that would definitely help to serve also our coordination with local tribes that bring in historic and cultural resources. So it would be an art development fee, goes into a civic art fund, 1% of the building permit.
So I get, it's through the chair. I don't know if you want the commission to consider that proposal. That I'm keeping notes. That's my third item that now Commissioner Ross has brought up, and I don't know if you want to find out from the other planning commissioners if they want to support that moving forward to the council.
And also through the chair, I do have an update on the art development fee. That was a fee that does need to be reviewed because it is proposing the fee on development to be in chapter 17. So it does require review by the planning commission. So that was pulled back from council for reevaluation. And we're looking at the overall fee and what the impacts are too. And so you'll be seeing that. And I'm not sure if Tina was going to bring it potentially back to the commission or back to city council just to verify what is being asked in that. But that is in process right now.
I'm happy to support anything you want to do in the arts. I got to tell you, and I'm glad to have you here with your expertise, because I know I don't got an eye. So I'm really going to look forward to your recommendation on art things and most likely probably follow them. So
yeah.
And I would love to see the council do some funding for the arts. And it's really makes the town pop. And I love that.
So I support the proposal. So do we have consensus? Okay, we have consensus on that. So I think another topic that would be good to tackle, and this is going to be geographical. So I think we should talk about the is it Glenmore?
Oh, Dr. Cybek's property
Yeah.
off of Glenmore,
Yeah.
off of Powell Street. Okay. I went there today. Would you like me to go or no?
Well, yeah, well, since you actually since you should tell us if you
Okay.
did go there, you should tell
there.
us. You
Been
should
there
tell us what
before.
you did. That would be the right thing to do.
Again, we have another HDR that's situated just to fulfill RENA numbers that'll never get built, and it's all surrounded by single family and some school property. Maybe he's not opposed to some MDR, but that HDR is never gonna get built. You cannot dump that on to Glenmore and Powell Street. Look, HDR is good when it's in the right spot and it has good circulation. The trick to high density residential is good circulation. This is not good circulation. You got a box fan parcel, a single family dwellings, and most of them are single story. You can't tower in a 6-story thing for the sake of filling your RENA numbers. So that one gotta go. That is not compatible with the neighborhood. And yeah, I know I did one up here, but there was a Cesar de Chavez Avenida. There was a Fairview Road, not development here, just started over here. It wasn't surrounded like this property. So it was more comfortable and we needed farm worker housing. That was the key for me there. But this HDR is totally unacceptable. You've had a lot of comments on that. I'm not doing that to those
Through
residents.
the chair, would that then go back to low density? or
Yes, I
what?
think in this case, it's gonna have to be low density.
Yes, I agree. Low
Yeah,
density.
that's you need to be compatible when it's surrounded by single family. So I'm gonna agree with Dr. Siwak on that one. I don't always agree with him. Some of the stuff over here, but this one I do. And the
Okay.
neighbors, I can't do that to them.
Okay, so let's check the consensus of the commission. So the proposal is to have the Glenview, I'm sorry, I'm probably saying it wrong, Glenmore. Have that property go back, remain low density residential. So Commissioner Corona, what is your stance?
I would agree.
Commissioner Ross?
I agree.
Same.
Okay. Okay, so we've covered that. So let's find the next topic. One moment. Okay, I think a good one, a big one is the 15 or 20%. Let's see.
Inclusionary, is that right?
Right,
15 or
inclusionary housing.
20%.
Right, so that's,
Okay, now we're
Yes.
jumping to inclusionary housing. Got it.
yeah, okay. Is that part of the housing element or is that part of the general
Well,
plan?
it's going to affect three things.
Okay.
It is called out in the general plan, so it is appropriate for you to comment on that. The general plan simply has a policy that says the city shall develop an inclusionary housing ordinance at 20%. And then there's a separate effort going on to write that ordinance. We had a workshop on that last week. And I can report that many people at that meeting supported going from 20 back to 15%. So it does appear there is an ordinance underway, but it is in the general plan, so you should comment on it, and it probably will appear in the housing element also, but you needn't worry about that because that's not before you right now. But so the short answer is it's perfectly appropriate to talk about it tonight, because if you want it at 15%, you would be asking us to change that policy in the plan.
Okay, thank you. So I think a lot of the feedback is just 20% is not economically viable. So if it's just, it'll just become a stumbling block for reaching the numbers that we need. That's my opinion. So I would direct that the percentage go from 20 back to, or to go to 15%. Anyone else? Go ahead.
Well, I have to backtrack on this one because sure, who doesn't want 20% inclusionary housing? I saw stars. I'm like, yeah, that'd be great. But also I struggled with that density bonus that's going to be required. And I don't think you guys want on 100 lot subdivision, you have to build 56 more units for the developer to make it pencil. And I started thinking, well, I was thinking about that all along. I said, you need a density bonus for your inclusionary housing. Yeah, no, it's too much. And then the county's 15. And if we go higher than the county, we're going to push them. Another reason you have to be pushing them out to the county. So I can't do that. I can live with 15 for now. Maybe we could increase it as we get going because we're behind the curve and I want people to live here, to have some houses here. I understand that's a main goal of mine. I rented for 40 years. I have a house because my mother gave me one. So I know it's tough to buy a house here and I want to help you with that. And it is going to take a little bit of building to accomplish that because you just can't get affordable housing by itself like you maybe used to when redevelopment was here and when things were better. So if I would recommend to the council for a more practical number of 15. Thank you.
Thank you. Can we have the rest of the commission weigh in? Commissioner Corona.
I think 15% seems more doable.
Thank you. Commissioner Belong.
So that 15% would be locked in till 2040 then? I mean.
No, I mean, this is, thanks for that question. Let me take a few steps back about this. This plan is not binding on the city until 2040. And in fact, I hope very much that it will be updated well before 2040. The way I'm sorry I didn't explain this at the beginning. The way general plan law works is that we generally have a planning horizon of about 20 years. So 2020 to 2040 is 20 years, but we hope that funds are available to update the general plan every 10 years. And in that way, you're doing things on a rolling basis. So this is a vision for the year 2040, but hopefully around 2030, you'll put together a vision for the year 2050. And in about 2030 or 2033, you'll adopt the 2050 general plan. But so all of this is binding until amended. So it can either be amended by a whole new update in 7 or 10 years. It can also be amended by an individual amendment. So taking Commissioner Lenoir's example, she said, maybe we'll start at 15%. And if we get going, maybe we'll go to 20. You could amend the general plan in 3 years to change the number 15% to 20%. So it's not binding on you forever or through 2040 at all. It's binding on you until you change it. The other limitation there, you're only allowed to amend your general plan 4 times a year. But you can do as many things in a single amendment as you want. But if for instance, you simply amended the general plan to change 15% to 20, say 3 years from now, that would be one of your 4 amendments if that's all you did. But you could also at the same time vote on an amendment that changes 15 to 20% and also add some land out at Buena Vista or changes something on the Glenmore site, something else. You can do a whole bunch of things in one package, but you can only make 4 overall amendments in a year.
Does that include private people
Yes,
requesting it?
yeah.
So I told somebody that and they didn't believe me.
But you could,
I knew I
again,
was
you can
right.
bundle 5
Yeah, you
private
could bundle,
properties.
but you can only do 4.
Right, that's right.
Well, I'm comfortable with the 15%, given the explanation, so.
Thank you. Commissioner Ross, would you like to weigh in?
I have to say, this is something I'm not very familiar with. Could you explain to me what this inclusionary housing and what the 15% versus 20% is, please?
Absolutely.
Thank
As you already know, I talk a lot, so it'll be easy for me to say probably way more than you want to hear. The meaning of the term inclusionary housing is a requirement that affordable housing units be included in a private development project. And under state law, we distinguish 4 income categories that at the highest level are what's called above moderate income housing. Then we have moderate income housing, we have low income housing, and we have very low income housing. And these are terms that are in the law. In my opinion, they're a little bit unfortunate because low income and very low income conjures up for many people homelessness and drug abuse and all sorts of things. And it's not that at all. When you do the numbers, I had them in my head last week when I was here. I've probably forgotten them now, but median income in this county is right around 90,000 a year for a family of 4. Very low income house, huh? 104. It was.
I think it's 140.
Oh, and the low, so, okay,
Yeah,
right, okay.
yeah.
So it's about 140 for a family of 4. So a very low income family is earning 50% of the median, which is 70,000 a year. So that's still a lot of money. And that's a very low income household. So the point, and I just digress in that to make sure you and others understand, we're not talking about slums or anything like that. We're talking about building housing for people with jobs. They don't pay a lot. You know, if you have 2 wage earners, they might both be earning like $20 an hour, and that gets a 2 wage earner family to 70,000 a year. Those folks would be able to afford one of these homes. An inclusionary housing requirement says, even if you're a developer who's building all market rate homes for people who earn any amount they earn, you must provide that percentage, we're talking 15%, for some combination of people who are very low, low, and moderate. And the current proposal, which is likely to be changed some, right now the draft ordinance says 20% total with 7% very low, 7% either very low or low, and 6% more, 7 plus 7 plus 6 is 20, 6% more could be very low, low, or moderate. So that could be done by all 20% being very low. It could be, say, 14% very low and 6% moderate. There are lots of ways to do it, but it's split in those 3. So you get at least 7% very low, you get 7% more either low or very low, and you get 6% more than that in any of the 3 altogether. So the conversation here now is the only thing the general plan says is that one number, and it says we will prepare an ordinance to meet that number. And the rest of it will be done through the ordinance, which we're managing, but which is a separate project. That will move forward separately and will come to you at some point for review. Right now, what the rest of your commission is saying is that, well, and I should add another piece. What your commission is saying is let's lower that number from 20 to 15. The other important piece of background is that state law says that you can adopt 15% or less without any study. But if you want to do more than 15%, the state can ask you to prove feasibility. And so to get to 20%, we did a feasibility analysis. And as Commissioner Lennar has said, what we found is that you can do 20%, but you can't do it at the very low densities. We need to give you a density bonus. And that density bonus, the ordinance right now says is up to 55% for single family homes. We're pretty sure that number could be lowered, but we're also hearing a lot of comments that it just shouldn't happen that way. So what we would do instead is not rely on the feasibility study, stick at 15%, then we're not required to have a feasibility study. And that's, for instance, the BIA and a number of speakers at the meeting last week all said that they supported that approach. It's just to go with 15% and not need the feasibility study. So that's a lot of background, but hopefully gives you a sense of what's being talked about here.
And so if we did 20% and did the feasibility study, and then they said, no, that's
Well,
not
we've done the
feasible.
feasibility
I'm
study.
sorry, yes.
So
okay.
you have done the feasibility study. You have found that it can be done, but it needs this local density bonus. The state, if you adopted 20%, the state could ask to review that study and could actually find the study inadequate and say you were wrong and you have to go back to 15%. Or they might ask for more information, or they might say, this is a great study, thank you very much, you can keep your 20%. We don't know any of that because we haven't sent it to the state. We're actually not required to send the study to the state. We're simply required to have a study available if the state asks for it. So that's why we did the study. But if you go back from 20 to 15 and you adopt an ordinance at 15, then the state cannot ask you for a study because the law only allows the state to ask for the study if you go above 15.
Is that the bump that's the slide 15?
Could I suggest through the chair, we have 4 members of the commission who've
Mhm.
said to go to 15. These are really important questions and I'd love to give you more information, but maybe we could do it at another time.
Sure.
Because
yeah.
your opinion, in all due respect, won't change the overall report to the
I
council.
understand that.
Yeah.
Yeah. I was gonna ask if I could kind of recuse myself then
Yeah,
because I
we'll
don't
make a
feel
note that you
informed
felt you
enough.
didn't have enough
Yeah.
information.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, and you don't have to weigh in on every topic if you don't want to. If we reach basically we have 3 or more on a topic, then that's sufficient. So I just wanted to give you an opportunity to weigh in case you wanted to. So next topic, North Gateway Commercial. So there was a request to expand the land use, different types of businesses that could come in there.
Could through the chair, could I speak to that for a moment?
Sure.
Again, I'm obviously not here to make policy. I want to give you all the ability to say whatever you like. The statement was made by one of the proposer, one of the speakers, that the character of the uses that are being suggested is in keeping with the other uses intended in that area. And I'm not sure honestly that I agree with that. I mean, the kinds of uses that have been requested are very large format, logistics, warehouses, a lot of trucks going in and out. The nature of that North Gateway is intended to have some larger format commercial, but to also have a number of other uses that are a little more walkable and town-like. It's certainly, there's no problem with changing the character of that area and turning it into a more industrial park area with logistics and warehousing and biotech and things. But I just wanted to at least personally have been on the record as having said to you, I'm not sure you can say we're going to add these uses and keep the intended character. It's totally up to you what to do, but that my professional opinion is it might change the character that was foreseen in the general plan as it exists today. And these, just for the record, these are not changes. This subject is one that exists in the current general plan and really has not been changed at all in the new general plan.
Okay, well, I thought what one of the feedback letters we got was saying that there were some businesses or business use cases that aren't mentioned in the general plan, and the request was to add those in.
Right, well, let me, yeah, I did look that up just tonight. The business use cases that are mentioned are very vague and generalized, and it's going to take me a minute to find it, but I think it is worth reading, just so you know in detail what you're looking at. So this is at this is on page LU 13. I don't know the page number in your PDF.
Well, there was life science, robotics, computer, data center.
Right, exactly. So, and again, those are all pretty large format. It's 5 lines of text. So I'm just going to read them verbatim. The North Gateway commercial designation is intended to foster an attractive entry to the city of Hollister by featuring commercial and service-oriented business along with high employment uses such as office parks. The design guidelines described in the special planning area section of this element stipulates additional criteria that development within the North Gateway must meet. So I'm not sure you could meet those same design guidelines with the big box logistics warehouse or robotics or any of these other things. At the same time, a smaller format office with relatively high intensity employment, if they happen to do robotics or they happen to do life sciences, they would be allowed under the description today. If you do want to, I do agree with the commentor. I don't think most people reading this would read this and think an Amazon warehouse is an appropriate use or an allowed use in this area. If you do want to allow a large format logistics warehouse or something else, you definitely should ask us to change this text.
David, what's the general, it's North Gateway, correct?
Yeah.
Is it just me or does this seem like a zoning issue? They're not asking you to change it from North Gateway. They're asking you to clarify the uses.
Yeah.
So for me, this is too soon.
Yeah, I would absolutely.
I'd be
agree with
happy to entertain this as a zoning. We're doing the zoning ordinance. That's where you bring this.
I would agree with you,
Yeah.
Commissioner.
Because they're not asking to change the general plan, proposed general plan designation. They're gonna still be in the North Gateway, but they want more clarification, which goes under the zoning ordinance process.
Okay, so what you're saying is we really don't need to touch this right now.
Not right now,
Okay.
my opinion, my opinion.
All right. Does anyone want to discuss anything more about that? I'm okay with moving on.
Some of the things are worthy of discussing, so I look forward to that in the future.
Yeah.
Hey, okay, where are you going next?
Yeah. Okay, so the issue was brought up about Santana Ranch. So my understanding is that Santana Ranch is outside the city limits. It's in the county, but the city provided sewer services to it. The problem, the conflict is, well, the general plan proposal is that the city not provide any services outside the sphere of influence. So that brings a conflict right now with that property.
Yeah, I will say this is a very difficult issue for me, and let me give you some background. So it has occurred, obviously, that both the city and LAFCO have allowed the city to extend sewer service to the Santana Ranch development, which is already developed. And which, in my understanding, and according to the understanding of Bill Nicholson, who's the now retired director of LAFCO, that was actually done against the law by both LAFCO allowing it and the city doing it. I have no doubt that you can and should continue to provide service to the existing homes. The question, I think, is, can the city legally extend service to the new homes, since it's become clear? I mean, I think it's clear it's not, the law says you can only extend sewer service or any service to land that's both in your sphere and that you expect to annex soon. You have to have an expectation of annexation. I don't think the city has any expectation of annexing Santana Ranch, as witnessed by the fact that so much of it has already been developed and it has not been annexed. So I am in a very precarious position here because I don't want to encourage you to do anything illegal. And it's my understanding that it would be against the law for you to promise that you'll provide sewer service to urban development that's proposed by the county and whether it's in your sphere or not, you could put it in your sphere, but you then also have to ultimately find that you plan to annex it very soon. And I don't know that you will ultimately find that. So you can punt on this issue. I mean, all we've said in the general plan is that you're going to follow the law. And I would encourage you to follow the law. Later, you can look at amending your sphere, or you could do it now. You could amend your sphere to include Santana Ranch. And then at the time that Santana Ranch asks you again for additional sewer connections, you would have to address the question of whether you plan to annex those additional lands or not. And it's, I can't speak to any of that. I don't know what you will plan to do. I can tell you that my understanding of the law is you can only extend that sewer service if it's in your sphere and you plan to annex it soon.
Okay, so it's probably outside of our scope to. Well, I mean, obviously the concern is the city no longer providing sewer to that property,
yeah.
But I think that's outside of our scope to worry about that, right?
Through the attorney and Christie, I don't think you need a policy in your. I don't think you need a policy in your general plan that says we will continue to provide service where we already provide it. I think that part kind of goes without saying.
Okay.
I think you're further being asked to make a policy that says you will provide service to the additional increment of Santana Ranch to be built in the future. And I would suggest that that would not completely comply with the law. So I would have a lot of concerns about putting that in your general plan. Jennifer, do you agree with both those things I said?
I do. I think that what you were saying, Chair, that, it's probably best to just kind of set it aside and it be something that's addressed at another time is probably the right way to go.
Okay.
I'm sorry, you do want to talk about it? I mean, you're welcome to talk about it. Yeah.
Well, if I could, I think those are two separate issues. I think that you could put aside, you could agree to put aside a specific promise that you will continue to provide service to Santana Ranch as it's developed. I do agree you should put that aside separately. The next question you could bring up would be, do you want to enhance this, expand the sphere of influence to the east to include both the existing Santana Ranch and other parts of areas east of Fairview? You could expand the sphere in those areas separate from a promise to provide service to it.
Well, we can't do that because the will serve is done by the council and engineering, and we don't get involved in will serve letters. That's their thing. But if you want to have control and possibly an annexation, let's get it into the sphere of influence first, and then you do the annexation. It should have never been in the county. It should have been in the city. And we're gonna give it services and we're gonna keep it in the county. No, if we're gonna build it, it needs to be in the city. Those densities are city densities. And I believe they built them to city standards, curb, gutter, sidewalk, street width. So they got all the urban amenities going on. And I think that sphere of influence line should come out. I would really love the city limit line to come out. It just hasn't moved forever. I would like that, but I'll take the sphere of influence so that we can have more control, but really it should be in the city. So really what I really maybe want to say is city limit line needs to go out past Santana Ranch.
Through the chair, you can't change the city limit line
Okay.
in this plan
Well,
because
no, I know. but-
LAFCO has to approve. it.
Okay, I'm sorry. Sphere of influence, and I would recommend.
Yeah.
I know we can't do it.
Right.
I
but
would
you could-
recommend that. Those are my thoughts.
Yeah, tonight or some other time, you could initiate an actual annexation, but for now, the general plan, I think your proposal would be to change that sphere line to go out to the entire area that's shown as low density residential at the
Yes.
edge of the city.
Yeah, at least extend the sphere. So that we won't be breaking the law, correct?
Well,
Isn't
again,
that
the
what you're
law
saying?
says, well, the law is two-part. You
Yeah.
both have to, it has to be in your sphere and you have to expect to annex it soon.
Right, and I'm expecting that, and it needs to be in the sphere. So that's good for me. Think about it. Can't break the law, let's follow the law. Oh,
Yeah, public comments closed, so sorry about that.
well,
Yeah.
no, because we closed the,
Yeah.
I'm not the chairman.
I know, yeah, sorry, we can't do it. If we let you speak, then we'll have to let anyone else who wants to speak, so sorry. So,
Again,
so if
those
we,
are my fault.
yeah, and expanding the sphere of influence further to the east, it's consistent with action we've taken previously with the Buena Vista area, so I'm comfortable with entertaining that, so I'd like the other commissioners to weigh in.
I'd like to hear where Commissioner Lenora would like to extend it to.
Oh, just to
Good
the
point.
back of Santana Ranch and going north, progressing north.
So just block it out. from-
Yeah, what is that?
I'll
It's
bring a
county.
map up again.
Yeah, I don't- You know, we have the right to extend our sphere of influence. We don't have the right to set zoning for the county, but we need to make ourselves inclusive in the process, and this is how you kind of get some say, otherwise we're leaving it out there.
So are you talking about from the back of Santana Ranch, which is, I think is.
You
there?
want to know what I'm
This-
talking
all the
about?
way
This
to
whole group right
25.
here, all the way to airline.
Yeah,
All the way to airline, all the way up to, that is, what is that, Santa Ana Road? Santa Ana Road, this whole block.
that whole.
What a nice sphere of influence we would have right here.
And all the way down to 25. is that
Yes.
Right, so Errol,
It's,
from
and
there.
again, we don't have the power to do that, but I would recommend LAFCO consider that.
So again, the northern edge is Santa Ana.
Would it be fair to say, Commissioner Lenore, that you'd like to include this property? If you can see my pointer, it's at the northeast corner of the intersection of Santa Ana and Fairview, and is currently proposed at Residential Estates, kind of a large L Street property. Would you like to include that property or exclude it and draw the line at the property line,
Even it out right there.
even it
You
here?
got the creek there too, so I don't know, but yeah, even it out there.
Okay, so from Santa Ana or a line extending Santa Ana to 25 and out to airline. So that's the
I
proposal
think that would
from,
be a wonderful
Commissioner
sphere for us. I really do. I do. I want control in there. Right now, it's no control. That's why we have Santana Ranch.
And
Yeah.
the zoning right now is residential estate.
Well,
All
the-
across. that
No.
whole-
you have no
Okay.
zoning there because it's not your land.
It's county.
It's, but you have a proposed land use designation, which is
Residential.
residential estate. When that's intended to match what the county's already allowed or is planning. In some cases, it's what's already built. In most cases there, it's what's the county's already designated. But it's not built.
And residential estates is a waste of property.
So just to be clear, we would go Santa Ana Road all the way up to the back of, we're drawing a straight line of Santana Ranch to Santa Ana Road all the way to Airline.
And then down Airline all the way to 25.
Yes, so this kind of one large property back, the width of Santana Ranch, all of these residential estate is. my
And I don't
understanding.
know, I'll ask it now, maybe it's a separate question, but Commissioner Lennar, are you also suggesting that that should be designated, say, low density residential or higher as opposed to the residential estate that we have in the general plan now?
I love mixed use.
So
You could
similar to
use some
Buena
mixed
Vista,
use
you'd
down
like,
in Fairview.
you'd like us probably to come forward with a scheme and
Yeah.
probably also have a requirement for one or more specific plans.
That's
I'm
correct.
guessing. I thought so.
Yeah.
Okay, so we have the proposal from Commissioner Lenore. I'm in agreement with it. You asked your clarifying question and
I am.
your agreement as well. Okay, so that's three. So anyone else want to weigh in? Okay. Anyone else like to weigh in?
I disagree.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you. Let's see next.
So point of clarification, we're just extending the
Sphere.
sphere. Got it.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, and I'm sorry, you were extending the sphere and changing the designations to some combination of mixed use and requiring one or more specific plans.
Mhm.
Is that okay for you, Commissioner? Yeah. okay.
Yes. Meanwhile, I check my notes to see if there's another issue that I'm forgetting.
Chapel Road, please.
Okay, Chapel Road.
Okay. May I speak?
Yes, you may.
What happened? We're gonna put HDR on the corner of Chapel and Santa Ana. Geez, you got other areas to put that. We promised those people over there that we wouldn't put a skyscraper across the street from them. And it's important that we don't do. Plus, the policies say that we're supposed to step back those big things. So it's right up there in the corner. I don't like it. You could move it back over here somewhere.
Can we get a good map?
Yeah.
So it's clear.
It's right on the corner, and that wasn't the plan unless Gomez changed his mind. I don't know. I might want to talk with him because you've got all this single family. I don't mind putting the HDR back over here, but not abutting the single family. You're gonna cut everything site access, site. And usually I'm not always sensitive to that, but for them I am. These are old homes. And they don't deserve a skyscraper across the street. So I'm in favor of HDR, but not on that corner. Maybe you could talk to him to see where else you could put it, David. I don't know how we do that, but.
Well,
Yeah.
assuming all this moves forward, I mean, I think our plan is to bring your recommendations forward to the city
Okay.
council with some staff commentary.
Okay,
And I think one of those commentaries will be that we're going to need to look and make sure that we keep you somewhere around at least 6,000 units total.
sure.
But you are both adding, I mean, assuming this whole package were to move forward, you're eliminating some higher
know.
density, but you're also adding quite a number of.
But I'm not exactly eliminated it. I want it relocated.
Right, great,
So
okay.
it just is
good
in the
point.
wrong
Okay.
spot, and because that
Yeah.
was a tactic to not build any more homes and,
Okay, so we've got a zoomed in map and I think Eva can point at the parcel in question, right? It's It's those three,
Yeah, it's the-
right? Carol, is that right? It's the
Chapel
three
Road.
parcels with the vertical lines on them, right?
It's the corner of Chapel Road.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can't
Yeah.
see that. I
You,
swear
you
to
have a
God.
computer and screen in front of you
Yeah.
as well.
I got a big map too,
Okay.
so.
But just to
um,
verify that she's pointing at the right place for the other
Yeah.
commissioners.
Oh, what's on the other side there? That's not sphere of influence there after that line across from the 25 bypass. If you could just look at seeing where you can put it other than the corner. They're gonna come unglued. They see that.
Okay, what would you like there on that
I
parcel?
like a single story and then step it back to multi-story. Yeah, and did you know that the city made a policy not to do any sound walls over there? So I'm not sure what we're gonna do on Santa Ana Road. You got backyards that are gonna face in, but that's another discussion. But yeah, that on the corner, I can't do that. Those are little homes there. They're little single
Well,
story
so
homes.
let me say another option, either at high density or medium, would be that we can add a policy statement, a design guideline in the general plan that says that while this is the overall density, there should be single story buildings facing onto both Buena Vista and Chapel to make a better connection to the adjacent properties.
Correct, and we've
So
we've
you
said
could
that
keep,
before.
you could keep the designation as is and put that design caveat in. I'm just throwing out
Well,
alternatives.
I'm not trying to throw all your HDR out. I just wanted that relocated, but hey, whatever you can do that
Okay,
doesn't make a box, make a them, I can tell you, we're gonna hear from them.
okay, well, so I need to hear from the whole commission.
Okay.
Is your recommendation that we change it from high down to either medium or low? Or, so number one, medium, number
Medium.
two, low, or
Yeah.
number three, keep as is, but put design guidance to have one story right at Chapel and Buena Vista?
If you want to put the HDR there, I recommend a medium density, single story on the frontage and step it back.
Okay, so it's both my ideas. It's lessening it to medium density
Yeah.
and a design statement that it should be single story facing Chapel and Buena Vista.
You know, except that the houses are gonna, I don't know what we're gonna do there, because the houses are gonna not face Santa Ana, so we'll see. But yes, David, I think that would be a better plan.
I do like the idea of these design elements and limitations in some of these areas. I think it's a smart move.
Great.
So many people do really like to keep those views.
Mhm.
I think it's a wise move.
I was just on the council when I had that come at me. And it was ferocious. I promised them that I would keep a lookout for it.
And Commissioner Ross, would you be also supportive of the medium density there or a
Yeah.
different designation?
Yeah,
In addition
yeah,
to
I
the
just
design
want to see
guidelines?
single story on the perimeter.
Right, well, we were asking now.
She's asking.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Asking her.
Oh, you're asking me?
Yes,
no, no.
we got
Asking.
the support of the design guidelines. Just wanted to clarify as a supporter opinion on the density as well.
I do support a lower density. I would like to see the higher density a little bit more like where we would have transportation, public transportation and bike routes and things like that.
Okay.
Which would probably be more in the downtown.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Got it. Okay.
Just to clarify, just so Eva, I remember that there was kind of a special master plan of that area, but I believe that area is more north of these three lots we're talking about now.
So there is a master plan covering the Chapel Road area, which is this entire area in between the bypass, including these parcels. And these parcels aren't annexed and they're certainly subject to change, as David mentioned. Ultimately, the council, but the planning commission and council can make recommendations and change the general plan designation at any time. This was a proposal for having some high density that's somewhat close to downtown in an area that is anticipated to be developed because it's currently in our sphere, and the city is obviously looking at planning this area. So that was a recommendation for the change, but it's certainly subject to your recommendations that you're proposing tonight to bring forward to the council as well.
I think we got at least two who were in favor of medium density with design guidance to limit heights near the two roads.
Okay, anyone else like to weigh in?
I'm in agreement.
Okay, so I think we have the direction.
And our notes right now are going to have input from each of you for every other item. I'm wondering if the chair or Commissioner Corona wants to comment on this item, just for the completeness of the notes.
Okay, I'm in favor.
Okay.
Also in favor.
Okay, next topic. I'm gonna check my notes, or if anyone else has something, please speak up.
I like the HDR. Don't fall off your chair. I like the HDR on Wright Road and see that you got good circulation there. So you got this HDR up there on Wright Road and just north of the Allendale subdivision. Could be a good buffer there, but I like it there. It's got the 25.
Great.
So that one I don't have a problem with. And you don't have any houses there that's already there to impact anybody. So that's a good placement there. Do you mind if I just go through the last couple I have? And then I'll
Please.
leave you alone
Go ahead.
on the, okay.
Thanks.
Because I zeroed in on the HDR, because I really want it truly it to be housing that's gonna be available and not just a arena fill in. I was wondering, and I also like the HDR across from Tenasha over there. I think that'll be good. It's next to the highway and whatever Joe said, I think you should follow his advice. And then the gentleman there that's already done the city a couple of favors by allowing them to traverse his property with water lines, sewer lines, whatever it was, he's worked with the city. I think he's earned his right to get some consideration for sphere of influence there, as per his letter. Let's see. Then you have an HDR over here off of Meridian Street. And I didn't get out there today. Is that blank land? There on Meridian, right in the middle there between Meridian and
Do I have a cross section?
it would be
Here,
Memorial,
Meridian.
just east of Memorial.
Meridian and Memorial here.
Is that, yeah,
Yes, this is the Rosati property. It's currently medium density and
that's
is
the other-
an
that's the other way.
approved subdivision.
no.
Oh, this is
Rosati is
Memorial.
over here.
So
Rosati's off of
Meridian.
Meridian over here. This is something else on, it's, they're on the other side. This is on
East?
the other side of Rosati,
Other side of
across the street from Rosati. I should have went and looked. Is that, looks like.
this
blank land.
blue.
No, it's high density.
Commissioner Lennar, can you look at your screen? to
Okay,
see where
so
she's
it's gonna
pointing?
be on the south side of Meridian, right across the street. What you got?
I believe that that's existing high density residential. If I have the name correct, I believe it's the De La Luna Apartments.
Okay.
I don't believe that's a proposed
Okay,
change.
okay. You answered that question.
Yeah, that according to this map on the second, our change map, that's not a proposed change there.
Over here at Chamberlain's on Santa Ana Street Extension, you have HDR in there right next to the high school. I just wondered if the owner was in agreement with that. Probably okay. It's next to the school, but yeah, got it right there. Maybe that's doable. But I wonder if they know. I really would like some more outreach to some of these HDR lots. I don't want to shove something on somebody that they don't want. So, okay, I think my last question is gonna be when we get there would be Churchill on Hillcrest and Fairview. That's all, Dave. That's all, Kevin. I'll let you
Well, I'm
guys-
sorry, there was a lot that just happened there and I didn't know, I don't know that we got a consensus on any new items. The last one I
Oh,
have is
yeah, I was just
Chapel.
saying my piece.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you're not making any concrete proposals to the commission there. Okay, so the last change we have is Chapel at Buena Vista for the notes. Great.
Yeah. Chapel in Santa Ana.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So I think we should cover the sphere of influence to the south. So there was one property mentioned in the comment, in the packet. I think it was
I believe it's been referenced as Bertuccio Corners, if I'm not mistaken. I believe it's here.
There was that, and then there was, I think there was. Okay, there was, yeah, one
Johnson.
other where he mentioned there was neighbors that were getting developed and,
Yeah, somebody wanted to.
yeah.
Eva, that's the south side.
Yes, yes.
Yeah.
There's a, yes. So I believe the southeast corner has been brought up in conversation to be extended here. And I believe that, and I think we might have it actually, and I'll scroll the slides in a second. And then I believe we've had comment on this ag area as well.
And just for the record, those are, if I'm reading this map right, those are proposed to be in the sphere under the new draft general plan.
Not on the south side.
Not on the south side.
This is our proposed
Right.
sphere where my pointer is, and I can change it in a moment, but the dashed yellow is the proposed
Right.
sphere.
So the Bertucci corner though is north of that line. isn't it?
Correct, yes.
But I think it's called the Tim Johnson parcel is south of that line.
Okay, so
South side.
the one issue was the Bertucci property being designated as ag. I think that was one
Right.
issue.
So that's this slide that we've now got very big on the screen. There we go.
Right, okay,
So,
so,
yeah, so Bertuccio Corners is inside the sphere as proposed, but they're requesting a residential designation. And then there is a second parcel that's there, south of Enterprise. And that one, they're asking that it be added to the sphere.
okay, so I'm in favor of both of those.
Okay, so if we can do them, you can take them together, but just
Oh,
for the clarity of
yeah.
the record, on the upper one, you want to change the entire area that's green. Where that, so does your comment apply to everything all the way out to the red dashed line, all of that green, or is it only a portion of it?
And we'd request, if for the recommendation, any proposed
Right.
land use designation.
And I
as
will
well.
say that further east there, the hatching indicates mixed use, generalized mixed use designation for a future specific plan. So you could, I think, just move that hatching all the way as far west in the green as you want. Could go all the way to, I believe that's the river essentially, or it could be a smaller area like what's in the circle. And you could do a specific designation, or it could just be an overall specific plan to be developed later.
Well, okay, I guess the issue was it was zoned as something else and there was, the proposal was to turn it to ag. Is that's my understanding.
That's true. I think.
No.
it's
Let me
always been
pull up the old, I don't believe that this area is in the planning area of our current general plan. So let me find the current general plan.
Well, we
I'll
do
pull it
have
up.
the map that I know a lot of people find confusing, but there is a map showing changes. So I apologize for
It
going,
wouldn't show if it would,
well, that's the thing. It will show us. Oh, I see what you're saying that.
You know, the old general plan map doesn't even show it's Union
Right.
extension.
Yeah, so
yes, I don't believe it's in the current general
Yeah,
plan with
you've
any
never-
designation.
Yeah, you've never had a designation on it, so you can't revert to the old designation because there is none. So I'll go forward again to that more zoomed in map. So yeah, in that area, if you do want us to change it from ag, you'll need to tell us and ultimately the council what designation
So
you'd like to see. there.
The commenter, what was,
How big it
what
is.
did they request? Oh,
Medium.
medium density?
And I mean, I don't know if the comment letter goes all the way to the river or if it's a smaller area. It's my understanding from our map that that's a single legal parcel.
Okay. I'm comfortable with just for that parcel.
On this general
Yeah.
plan map, on the existing general plan map, why does it show it as mixed use? Right there, what is that?
The existing general plan map shows this parcel outside the planning area. So it does not have a designation. There is mixed use further east to the corner of Union Road and Highway 25 in the current general plan, which is proposed to be changed as shown. So some high density and then mixed use on the south side of Union Road, and mixed use is a high density residential and mixed use. So it'd have commercial component as well as high density residential component as currently proposed. But currently the parcel circled in red, which was the subject of the comment itself, is actually not in the planning area of the current general plan at all. So it has no designation.
So you had a question?
Yes, I had a question. So the green parcel, that's all one parcel then?
The green parcel is several parcels. There are quite a few parcels here. I believe that the subject parcel is kind of running along Union, if you can see my pointer, and then there's a property line here, it appears, that ends here. There's also, it's kind of an upside down L, if you will. There's a few parcels in here. And then there's a parcel that looking kind of in this area to the east. There appears to be, this is a large kind of Nevada shaped parcel, one above it, and possibly a few. There appears to be some property lines here. So it's the comment was about this L parcel, I believe, only, but the whole area was proposed as ag.
So I think, I think I've just sown some confusion, and I apologize. I think you would be responding to the comment if you essentially did what's in the circle. You would be following a north-south line that's at the left edge of that circle. There, Eva's drawing it. So you could given where you're headed, my recommendation would be that you extend the hatching to the left as far as Eva's showing, which is essentially what's inside that circle. I think that would be responsive to the comment. I'm not familiar with legal parcels extending on two different sides of a public roadway.
It's the case.
Yeah, it does. Yeah, that's what Ravella was saying.
Problem is, the other parcels over there, you guys haven't gone around and looked at maps and the individual properties.
Sorry, I need to stop.
You guys need to do that.
Yeah, I just,
It's ridiculous for us to sit here and you haven't done your homework by going and looking at the problem. That's all I'm asking. And I'm not just asking that for me, it's the other people that show up. This guy here, he draws a map, he doesn't know how many houses are already built on that green area. Doesn't show you how many homes are there.
okay, I need to stop comments from so we can, I'll ask the commission, do you want to open up public comment again? So we can, and then that gentleman in the corner wanted to speak as well, so we could do that. Or,
Yes, please.
okay. We're gonna open up a public comment again. Starting at 9:34. Next speaker.
Joe Tanasha. I'm sorry, but it looks like you have one person, I don't know about the rest of you because your comments to the general public don't say, went around it and looked at the individual parcels and matched them up what's going on. I wrote a letter concerning that parcel because it's one legal parcel, Union Road divides it. On the legal property is your mixed use. The parcel to the west of me has one house on it and some guy's trying to farm it. The next parcel has 3 houses on it and there's 7 acres out of that green spot that could be farmed. And only 5 of it might be worth farming. And the next piece where that half circle is and everything, that's all going to be the new Union Bridge bypass road going right through that place. And it's not even going to be a green parcel or anything there. So you got my parcel, the one next to it's got a great big house on it, might be 10 acres farmed. The next parcel where it says that name, I can't read it up there, has 3 homes on it. The back part to the river is not farmed. The front part is, and then the next parcel over is where the bridge is coming off, and it's even going to take a corner of that parcel with the letters on it. If you understand what I'm saying. So it doesn't make much sense. I've got a school, I've got houses, I got another property that's mixed use. I live over there, and I got people that walk through my property into my backyard. I'm gonna have to spend probably close to $25,000 putting a fence up this winter. I've already had to do that out on the balsa, trying to deal with all the traffic and everything and other ranches. This last year out on Highway 25 and 156. As of a couple of weeks ago, we've spent over $30,000 putting fences up to keep people out, the trash and the problems. And if you guys aren't going to go and even know what the county zoning is, you got a planning department. Why aren't they showing you what the zoning is next door that the county has? That parcel right there in the county is rural residential, 1 acre parcels.
Yeah.
You know, you guys don't see the rest of the planning around you. If you don't know what the county even got it designated for, you just talked about Fairview up there moving the sphere of influence. You should have gone down Airline Highway to Best Road. So the potential high school site could be in it. But you guys don't even have a map that shows you you're doing a general plan, but you're one entity over here and the county's another entity over here and nothing's working together. You're working against each other.
Thank you.
I don't have any speaker cards, but I know there's other people who want to speak. Go ahead, Carson.
Okay, first of all, thank you guys. This is going amazing. I can't believe we actually get into the details of this. It's terrific. It's way better than I have been to any other meeting in the last 6 months. You guys are actually getting some stuff done. So this is terrific. And I know it's taken a long time, but I think it's going to all be worth it. In this particular case, it's a weird situation. That's why Mr. Shinasha wrote the letter on this, that it is one parcel. So it probably should be one zoning. We already have an initiation of pre-zone application in that has a draft plan for this site. Not that that really makes that big of a difference, but there's already some thought going into this. So if I think you're going the right direction on that, so that'd be wonderful if you kept going that way. And then with the Mr. Johnson's parcel in the the southeast corner, he's in a really weird spot because you can see that there's dense housing to the south on 2 parcels. And then there's another subdivision in the county, Via de Calabria, that's going in on Enterprise. So it's him and one other parcel that are essentially going to be surrounded by all of this city density, not in the city. And then if you leave the sphere at Enterprise, he's stuck in this weird island. And in some of the comments that I've made in the past, he gave up property to help serve some of the other parcels that are already built in the county. So I think it would be the right thing to do. And I think it just makes sense planning wise that you don't have like 5 acres right there that it can't be developed legally. I mean, it's been explained that we are in a situation with certain parcels that you can't legally get sewer service. And I think tonight is a huge step toward fixing that. So I appreciate you guys. Thank you.
Thank you.
You know, there's other property on Union Road that the road did bisect. They got that other lot just to the west there. We talked about that. It was an issue.
Is anyone, any other speakers?
It looks like Gary Coates would like to go.
Good evening. Thank you. Just very quickly, and I don't know if you had addressed the Felipe 9 project area. I think you're all familiar where that's located. And there was a request to put that to the high density residential. There is, as you both probably all know, there is no direct visual access to any public right of way from that property. In other words, there's an easement into it off of San Felipe, and then there's a private, the other private drive that comes off the back of behind the welding shop area that goes back in there. And so for commercial, it would be a dead, as we call it, a dead site. You just can't see it. So there'd be no commercial ability. So we were looking at high density residential to be close to employment centers and hopefully make it more of a positive. There are some existing residential already out there. So this is not introducing a new use that is not already existing on an adjacent property. So that was really all I had.
Are you talking about the HDR that I liked right there on?
I wasn't sure if that was the one,
Yeah. Yeah,
Ms.
don't
Laura.
forget Pacific Way is gonna come through there too. So you're gonna
Yes.
Have more work.
Right. But that's the one, the HDR that's
Yeah.
back there, Felipe and I. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I've seen Alex Sawick and then Jeffrey Small, and then I'll look to hands and things. And I have some hands online, I think.
So my comment earlier, I wanted to bring up the elephant in the room is the current tax sharing deal. And one of the big impetuses to Santana Ranch was that if they develop in the county, they don't get hit with a, what, $14,000 tax sharing plan. So if you, and I'm not sure that all these BMR pro forma and calculations actually figure that in. So if you annex a property and in its HDR and you have to go to 60% density bonus just to get $1 back for each lot that you build on, you have to add in the 13, 14, 15,000 that goes up each year for the annexation. So Santana Ranch went real smart. They stayed in the county. They got their out of service sewer service from the city and had their Sunny Slope water, and away they went. And so there's going to be a real fight if you want to extend that sphere of influence and make them pay the annexation fee or withhold connections. So, thank you.
You only pay the
Thank you.
annexation fee if you come into the city.
Right.
Yeah.
But they want to,
Not-
that's the point.
Not by changing the sphere of influence.
Yes, but if you're changing the sphere of influence.
Yeah.
And then you want to make them annex for the remaining
give
parcels
an
that are
agreement to
currently
annex,
have
right.
not been, built on.
Yeah.
Well, then they'll have to pay
Yeah.
it.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
That's too bad. They're gonna pay. They're gonna develop in the
Right,
city.
I'm just saying that's why they want to stay out of it.
Well,
Any other speakers?
Yes, I see Jeffrey Small.
Good evening. My name is Jeff Small, and I'm here representing the San Benito High School District. We very much want to thank you for all your hard work, and city staff and Christy and David have been fabulous in working with us. We are trying to identify a high school site, and it's 50 acres. We very much appreciate the work you're doing tonight because frankly, it is hard to find a 50-acre parcel. So whatever you can do to assist us in that endeavor would go a long way. And I also wanted to thank you for mentioning Best Road. That is property that the high school district owns. We've worked very closely with 65 members of the community over an 8-month period with a facility needs committee trying to locate a really good location for that second high school. And to the extent that you can be of assistance, and we've talked a little bit about possibly designating something up in the Buena Vista area, but we're open to working with you. We want to be a good partner, and we want to do right by the community with what makes sense on just a regional level. So thank you very much for your time.
thank
Thank
Jeff.
you.
Ann Hall, go ahead.
Good evening. I would like to echo some people who said you're covering a lot of ground tonight, and I'm happy to see it. But I do want to jump back to the comments I made earlier regarding the ag land. I know after public speaking session closed, there was a question whether I was referring to the sphere of influence or to the planning area. And I do understand the planning area is larger, but I was referring to the planning area. I think that planning area is still a finite space. We are in a very large county that has a lot of ag land, and those, the planning area would still ultimately be hemming in the city of Hollister. So I would say if this is something the city wants to pursue, to preserve ag land, it should be preserving ag land in the county where it can remain farmland. And there was a question whether the county had any type of program like that. They have a transfer of development credits.
Mhm.
And it's been used a little bit, but it is there. It might be something that could be looked at as an example. So I just wanted to add that.
Thanks. Forgot about the TDCs.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else in the audience? I'll take a raised hand that would like to speak. Okay, I see no hands in the audience. Let me just check the virtual audience.
Yeah.
Where's my mouse? There was a hand raised earlier, but I see no hands raised now. So thank you, Commissioner.
Chair Henderson, the planning commission bylaws say that planning commission meetings will end at 10 PM unless there's a majority vote to continue past 10.
Okay, thank you.
There's just two things left for me, Chairman.
Go ahead.
Could I say for the record, the last changes we have definitively are that one we talked about at Chapel and Santa Ana. So I just, all the comments you heard, the discussion about the Bertuccio corners going all the way west and the southern parcel there below Enterprise, none of that is in our notes yet, just to be clear.
Yeah, well, I'm a consensus on that. Is that what you're looking for? How?
Yeah,
we say?
we need to
Yeah.
know a specific proposal and get consensus on that.
I'm in agreement to making both sides of union the same and MDR, and including punch out the sphere of influence for Mr. Johnson. Is that his name? That would be, is that what you're talking about?
Right, so the proposal would be, can we put up the previous slide? So we'll. This is not working.
No, I
It's
just.
what you talked about, David. I mean, it was good.
Okay, so it would be everything that's shown in green all the way out to the red line. And it would then also be some area that we would do in the red circle to the south of Union. I'm not sure exactly where we would draw that. I'm sorry, not Union. That's Enterprise, right? South of Enterprise. I would need some guidance as to how far south to go and how far east and west. And then maybe we can do these one at a time. Is there consensus to fill in that entire green area with mixed use development going all the way out to the red line?
I agree with that.
I agree.
Same.
Agreed.
Now. For the next parcel, what if you just extended the sphere of influence following the city line all the way to the urban service area line?
You're talking now, I'm sorry, I keep going the wrong way. You're talking now about
Yeah,
this one?
yeah.
Let's just bring closure of, I'm sorry, I don't mean to intercede here, but just to bring closure, it seems like we had at least 3 of you on the green area here. Is it?
Sorry about that.
We have Commissioner Corona as well. Commissioner Ross, did you want to opine one way or another?
And I'm not sure if we need to do the whole area, but I would say, Mr. Tanasha's as he's requested.
So you're essentially supporting the red circle, drawing the line there.
Mhm.
Okay, great. So that'll go into our notes. And now we can go to this one. And it sounded like Commissioner Belong has a proposal there. And I'll turn it back to the chair now. I'm sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm using the map on page 28 of the general plan.
Do you have a,
Is that a PDF, page 28?
yeah, do you see a page number down at the very bottom? That's the,
I can get it. Give me one
oh,
second.
okay.
Oh, the land use map,
Oh, same map. Okay.
Oh,
LU7.
Okay, so go ahead.
So to cover that parcel, if you move the sphere of influence to the city limit line and then extend it to the, I guess, the urban service area, just kind of, there's a. Up there.
Enterprise.
So essentially draw a line east-west at the southern end of that parcel that I believe is owned by Mr. Johnson, and just go east-west as best we can, following property lines all the way from the red line all the way out to Highway 25. They are. There we go.
And if I need to pull up a GIS or something so we can look at parcel maps, I can do that. It'll just take me a moment.
I mean, the complexity with what you're doing there is that there, as it's been pointed out, there are already residential subdivisions approved by the county, especially to the west. Another way to do it would be to, I mean, you can extend the sphere to include all those subdivisions if you want, or you could extend it just to include the vacant parcel.
Is there any advantage to us extending the sphere of influence through the county development? Or no? It's already a done deal, right?
It's a done deal, but it is in the county now. If you want it in the city,
Oh, you would have to have it in the sphere.
it has to be in the
First.
sphere before you can annex it. It's much harder to annex land once it's been developed because you
Yeah.
you can have a protest vote
Mhm.
by all those voters and you may get a protest, but most LAFCOs across the state do believe, I mean, I can't speak for this LAFCO, but commonly LAFCOs prefer that urbanized areas be inside of cities. So I'm guessing that if you were to ask the LAFCO if you could annex existing subdivisions that were approved by the county, they may look favorably on that. And it would have to be in the sphere.
The
in order-
county already got the money, so I'm probably not interested in that. They already got the impact fees, the building permit fees, the this and that fee.
So I'm just trying to help move things along.
I know.
Perhaps just the parcel, if you go along that red circle, and then at the bottom of the red circle, there's a parcel line. Eva's got her little red dot on that. You could just go straight
Yeah.
there and then right back up. So you just add that little notch to the sphere.
I can accept Stephen's recommendation as well, so whatever the.
Yeah, the
Oh,
problem with
sorry.
Stephen's recommendation is if you draw a line straight across, you
Yeah.
actually go through people's houses and stuff.
Okay.
So
So,
you
well-
could direct us to go to capture all of that subdivision that's further to the west and then go pretty much straight
Mm.
east.
Or we could take this subdivision perhaps and come up and take these two, or take the one. The possibilities are really limitless, I suppose.
Well, what do you recommend? What's your recommendation?
My recommendation,
consultant?
totally off the top of my head, would be to do what I said earlier, which is just to capture
Yeah.
that relatively smaller piece, more than the red circle. Eva's now showing it. I know her cursor is hard to see, but it goes out there to
Okay.
the east a little further.
I'll take that recommendation.
Same here. And does that match yours?
I'm
Commissioner
good with
Belong?
that.
Okay.
Yeah, exactly.
And would it stay, is that low density?
So I think what I've heard you say about the green one, and that would apply to this also, is that we would extend the requirement for mixed use and specific planning there and allow a development consortium to come in later with a specific plan to, with a variety of uses.
Is there enough room to do something there like that?
Yeah, especially
Yeah.
assuming you treat
Okay.
it all as a whole,
Okay,
because we've already got that hashed area that is
Okay.
already intended to be a specific plan. So
okay,
you might do a specific plan on both sides of enterprise that includes this area we've just added, and then do a second one on this other side of South Side, going all the way over to the.
I like
To the river.
specific plans. They're good
Yes,
plans.
there, and I would clarify there, the general plan is proposing a policy. This is what's considered the Union Road Special Planning Area, and it currently extends to this sphere of influence line, but I think it would be fair to assume that if the planning commission's recommendation is to incorporate what appears to be two parcels here, that would also come into that Union Road Special Plan area, and there is a proposed policy that before development and annexation, but primarily development in this area occurs, a specific plan would be done. So that would be for the whole area. It's not just for this mixed use residential parcel or area. I'm not sure if it's one or more parcels, but it is for the entire Union Road Special Planning
Okay.
Area to propose a specific plan before doing any development.
Okay,
That's what's in the draft at least.
right.
Okay, so are we clear on that one? Okay. Okay, so we're approaching 10. Sorry, we're approaching 10 o'clock. So in my mind, we were talking about sphere of influence as we covered the west, the east, And then I was working towards the south, and then I was gonna get to Best Road, so I wanted to talk about that, so the high schools meant, the high school districts mentioned there, they do own property there, so so before I say any more, so are we, I propose that we keep going past 10 o'clock. And there's not much more that wanted to cover. So do we have consensus to keep going?
I give you consensus.
I'm good.
You okay?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, great. So I wanted to talk about Best Road. So so we proposed on the east, a border, so, and it went south to 25, but it's not clear where it actually it intersects the 25. So can we show that on the map?
While we're pulling that up, my understanding is what you already did is that you extend Airline all the way south to 25. So that's not as far east as Best. But the decision you can add to this, but I'm just saying for the record, what I think you already did was to tell us to draw the line straight north-south along the line of Airline. If you want to go out to Best, you'll be going somewhat further.
Along the line of Airline, I mean that
Highway 25.
Fairview
on the
to
east side?
Airline.
It would be, it's not
Oh.
Airline, the east boundary, which is this kind of straight line of parcels
Road's
at the
big,
east
Jim.
end. Best
It's
Road,
not Airline, I'm sorry.
is it? I'm actually not familiar. Is
Right
it?
across from Ridgemont.
I'm not sure if it's this property or if it's the one to the east. It's further east.
Okay, so it's
Okay,
just,
so it is this green.
Show me where.
Yes, so it appears that the urban service line, if you will, on this map is Best here. So the high school's property is kind of this corner. So we could extend,
Just show me again.
it's
Okay.
the urban service line
Yeah.
intersects Highway 25 at Best.
Where's the
So
school site though?
the school site would be to the north,
Okay.
west corner of
Right
that.
there. Not that far away from what we already recommended expanding.
It would
So
be
do you
kind of
wanna-
doubling
Yeah, you-
the width, but we could, and then we'd ask, I suppose, for the north line.
Do you want to go all the way out to the red line, all the way north-south to Santa Ana? Another option would be, I mean, the least would be just the little green piece that Eva's showing there now. You could expand past that line right there, or you could go north as far as you want, all the way up to Santa Ana.
Well, since you're asking. I like that sphere kicked out then there to the USA and include that Best Road.
If I may make some comments, I do understand that there was a report done on the grounds there and there was toxicity or something in that area. I don't know if I can have crosstalk right now, but that was something that I understood from that property, and that's why it hasn't been built on. I also would like to propose having the second high school maybe on the opposite end of the city, having two so close. It's still going to be difficult, you know, there's people on the other side of the city that would need to commute to it. And then keeping it pretty equal for everyone in the town.
Was this land purchased already? Yeah. Yeah. So that's where they want to put it.
Well, and I'm not clear though, was it purchased or was it a dedication? I don't know, sorry.
It's owned. I don't
Right.
know if it's
But
purchased or
maybe, yeah,
dedication. That would be a
Right.
They can't hear him. You can't be out there speaking because the public can't hear you on Zoom. And the public comments closed, so probably shouldn't have asked you that question.
oh, I never closed the public comment, actually.
That's it. Okay, well then we need to hear you. It's not fair to the people on Zoom. And I do Zoom, so I like to hear it. Thanks, Jeff.
Oh, thank you very much for having me back. So the high school district does own that site. I know just through some of the other environmental work that was done at Gavilan, at Fairview Corners, there are some environmental sensitivities out there. And it is true that to build could be costly as a result. The high
They
school.
have high boron and arsenic. That's always been the story of the east side of Fairview. That's what makes it non-farmable.
So we're looking at a number of sites, and I think over time, you'll probably need more than one site. But what we would like is, because we do own that site, we would like to have that included in the sphere of influence. But we would also like a site possibly on that northwest area, and so that it's good for traffic. So when people are leaving town, it's on the way out, it's close to communities, it's walkable, it's safe. And it just makes sense for the whole community. So I don't know if I've totally answered that, because I don't know that there is a single site that has been looked at that the board has said, yes, we want to build there. We're looking and evaluating a number of sites, but we do own Best Road site, and we are looking in other areas too.
Oh,
that
so
might,
it's not a done thing with the high school on Best Road, even though you bought it.
it was purchased many years ago.
Yeah, it was purchased a while back.
Yeah,
so-
I think maybe in the nineties. So it
Oh.
was purchased a long time ago.
So the high school is thinking maybe it'll go somewhere else. I'm just trying to clarify. Is it going there or is it going somewhere else?
We don't know. We are
Okay.
looking in other areas.
Okay.
I don't know that is the most,
That's a good comment. That's kind of far out there.
Through the chair.
that is accurate.
A resolution for this might be to leave the line where you drew it at the backside of Santana Ranch, sorry. And to add policies as suggested to work with the high school district on location of a high school site, to add policies requesting consideration of high school sites, both in the Southern Union Road area and also Buena Vista. And obviously, if none of that works out, you can amend the general plan and amend your sphere later to get further out, to get to Best Road. But I might say it might be a little premature now. You're already looking at a pretty big sphere expansion, and maybe you would wait on going even further east until it's really necessary.
I agree with that.
Okay, thank you. All right, is there any other business for the meeting tonight?
Yeah,
Go ahead.
I told you I had two more.
Okay,
We didn't discuss Churchill on Fairview and Hillcrest. He would like a mixed use as opposed to general commercial. I think mixed use is good right there. You have something on Fairview. And then we didn't discuss Meridian Street extension.
so to start with the first topic, and you can make a proposal.
I'm for what the applicant is requesting, a mixed commercial mixed use. Instead of what? Oh, I'm for the applicant's request for a commercial mixed use on there as opposed to just general commercial. Is hard to pull off when you don't have the resident part. I know you guys don't like to hear that, but that's just a fact. So you'll get something there if you mix it up. That's my thing there. I'd like to accommodate. Jim Churchill's been working on that for decades, and city limits out there now. So I think we should do something with that, and people want to not drive, then put some mixed use in there and they can live and then people can stop from Fairview. And it's a more feasible project as a mixed use. It's hard to pull off general commercial. That's why it took us so long to get the Hawkins one over there. So.
Could I
Yeah.
make a comment through the chair? I
Yes.
just want to provide some history here. The previous as we put this general plan together under the previous GPAC Planning Commission and Council, there was a feeling that the east side of town really needs a significant shopping center. And that's the site that was suggested for it. It is very common throughout the country that as residential development occurs at the outskirts of communities, that you reserve land for a shopping center. It doesn't get built very soon, but it does ultimately get built as the residential development around it occurs. So particularly now that you're going to be expanding the sphere to go to the east side of Fairview, you will have, at some point in the next 20 or so years, you'll have a larger amount of residential out there. And by reserving this site as commercial, you would be ensuring that there is the potential for an actual good-sized shopping center out there. If it's a mixed-use parcel, at least under the regulations as drafted, it could actually become 100% residential. It's absolutely true that might be financially feasible sooner than the commercial, than a shopping center, and you might then not have a spot available for a shopping center on the east side of town. So just to give you that background, it's of course totally up to you whether to move it to mixed use, which again could mean 100% residential, or if you want to keep
How
it.
does that happen? It's a mixed use. Do you not have to have the commercial to accompany the residential to make it a mixed use? That's why it's mixed use. No?
Help me out here. I believe the regulations as drafted allow 100% residential and mixed use properties.
I believe that we've put something to require commercial, but there are a lot of housing policies and we're looking at a 20-year horizon. So you might see state regulation that gives anything that's residential or mixed development significant pressure or incentives. So that's something to keep in mind as well when considering a residential designation on it, or even a partial residential designation.
Man, that's never gonna get built. Nobody's gonna put that out there. Barely got one in the center of town.
Can you show us on the map, please, the area?
Yes, of course, sorry. So this is Fairview Road here. This is Hillcrest Road, and this is the commercial area. Mr. Churchill owns a portion of this area. It's not the entire area. So if there was a proposed change to the designation, we would
Wait, are you
ask
pointing to
clarification.
something?
I am. I do have a little laser.
Oh, okay, I can see now.
There's a different one. Oh, this one's better laser. So it's this pink colored square here at the corner of Fairview and Hillcrest. And yes, as David mentioned, this was part of the Meridian Special Planning Area, and there was a discussion of reserving a commercial center. There's obviously our main commercial center in the middle of town where Target, Safeway, everything is. And there's also kind of this commercial proposal on the west side in the West Gateway mixed use area, but there is nothing on the east side. And we do have some significant county residential that's going in place, as well as existing established residential in kind of the Sunny Slope Villages area. So that was the discussion that was had when this was proposed.
So when you have a commercial mixed use, like downtown commercial mixed use, which requires us to put commercial with the housing, that's not the case on, is there no commercial mixed use? Is it just downtown commercial mixed use?
There's downtown mixed use, there's the West Gateway mixed use, and there's neighborhood mixed use. It's just kind of mixed throughout.
So there's
Currently,
no-
the zoning and general plan don't have strong policies. There is proposed stronger policies to require a commercial component in the draft general plan. But as mentioned, there's things that could change in a mixed use designation just with the ever changing housing laws as well to keep in mind.
Okay, I'm gonna let that one go. We'll see what happens. Last but not least, Meridian Street Extension, please. As I said, residential estates is a waste of land. I know we got houses in there already. But you got a street on Meridian Fairview and you got a street on, and they gotta connect. That's for circulation. And I'm sensitive to the folks that live there, but residential estates is not where we're supposed to be headed. So we need to find a better plan than that. I don't know what it is kind of right now. I have to give it some more thought, and go look at it. I didn't look at it. Can't really drive through there. So, I'm not in favor of residential estates. Everything that tells me an urban development, and that's not a good one. How is that good? Residential estates is in a county. It doesn't belong in the city.
Yeah, that was actually one that I wanted to touch on
Okay,
as
good.
well. So,
That's all my thinking.
Yeah.
Sounds like at least two of you do want to change that back to low density.
yes.
Or
Do we have a third or fourth?
medium.
Or medium?
Yeah.
Yeah, or medium.
I'm trying to provide housing. I'm not stuck on LDR.
Okay, so medium, I'm here.
Okay,
And hey, why can't you put an HDR out there somewhere? Check that out for me.
You certainly could,
Yeah.
up to you, for your
They're
recommendation.
gonna
Okay, so
kill me
we'll
out
make a
there,
note. It
but-
should be mostly medium
to
density
spread it around.
residential with a little bit of
Yeah.
high.
Yeah. You got a big area there. I'm trying to spread the HDR around in the city where I think it might fit. I don't know for a fact, but maybe we could look at it. That's my opinion on that. And Kevin, I am done.
And just for the record, that was at least three of you a consensus for mostly medium and some high.
I was aboard. I don't know about the rest.
We got two,
Okay, so. yeah,
three, at least three. Okay.
We gotta have a better use of land than residential estates. That's for ultra rich. No.
Okay, any other items for this meeting?
I'm done.
Okay, we will also close the public comment and we will adjourn the meeting.
And I'm gonna thank you.
You're very welcome.
I
Thank
wish
you
I-
all. Right. Thank you very much. Uh-huh. Oh, good. Uh-huh. Well, nice. We're doing our best. I did not take them personally, no. They are all credited. I think most of them do say by PlaceWorks, but that's not me. It's my staff. Yeah, but